Welcome to the San Ramon Valley Unified School District Board of Education regular meeting. We want to let the public know that we are video recording this meeting. The recording is being live streamed on the district's YouTube channel. Board Vice President Susanna Ordway will not be with us tonight. And we'll start with attendance.
Good evening. I'm Laura Bratt. I represent Area 3 in Doherty Valley.
Good evening. Thank you for joining us tonight. I'm Rachel Hurd and I represent Trustee Area 5.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Jesse Van Zee and I represent Area 1.
And I'm Shelley Clark and I represent Area 2. We'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We're going to start out how we start out all of our meetings, and that is with student recognition. Tonight, we'll begin our meeting as we always do, celebrating our students. This evening, we recognize an exceptional group of musicians who have achieved the highest honor in their specialty, selection to all-state in band, orchestra, and choir. Fellow trustees and superintendent, let's move to the front of the dais. Earning a place in All-State is a remarkable achievement. It provides students with the opportunity to collaborate with top musicians from across California, work under the direction of guest conductors, and perform challenging music at the highest level. All-State is a prestigious honor for our musicians. The audition process is rigorous. Students prepare independently, refine their skills with their music teachers, and submit their audition recordings. Each instrument category receives hundreds of submissions from across the state, making this recognition truly exceptional. We applaud the commitment of tonight's students and extend our gratitude to the teachers and mentors who have inspired and guided them on this journey. First up tonight is our middle school students named to All-State Junior High Jazz Band, Concert Band, Symphonic Band, and String Orchestra. Dylan Wong, Iris Tang, please come forward. Andrew Sun, Idan Barodada Walla, Shashank Manu, Nia Rayo, Riram Gell, Chance Hopkins, Anish Zerper, William Dolazal, Isabel Jong, Renee Kim, Riona Lee, Ivy Sun. Next are our high school students named to the All-State High School String Orchestra, Symphony Orchestra, Concert Band, Symphonic Band, and Golden State Band. Ethan Chang, Karen Chang, Aiden Jiang, Donhu Kim, Dylan Chua, Anthony Jung, Leonardo DeCal, Ari Takai, Boyce Chow, Jaming J, Elisa Kwan, David Kwang. Finally, we celebrate our high school students named to all state choirs. Something close to my heart. My daughter was in choir for 4 years and it was wonderful. Gigi Foray, Rupsa Goswami, Audrey Moore, Anika Prasad, Natalie Iris, Luciana Arias, Soma Prudent, sorry on the names, I'm trying as best I can. Soma Prudon, Andrew Buzzkirk. So we have a report out of actions taken in closed session and Superintendent Kamick will explain the actions taken.
Thank you so much, President Clark. Before I turn it to Assistant Superintendent Jones, I just wanted to clarify for those in the audience or those who may be watching on YouTube, given the tense nature of what we are facing from a fiscal condition, I wanted to clarify the appointments that are outlined in the closed session. It may look on its surface to some like we're adding positions to the district. This is actually one of the steps that we're taking to restructure moving forward. So as you know, part of our reduction plan was to move and eliminate 50% of the coordinators that we have at the district level. And so the appointments related to these positions are moving from 6 down to 3. And I just wanted to make sure that was clear for everybody before we proceeded. Thank you. This is Superintendent Jones.
It's my report.
My apologies,
It's
President.
okay, that's all right. The board took action to appoint the following effective July 1, 2025 in a 4-0 vote. Coordinator English Language, Diana Zapita Cabral. Coordinator Math, Tiffany Zamet. Coordinator Educational Services, Jessica Colson. And that concludes our report out for closed session. Now we go to acceptance of minutes. We have a revision printed in front of us. May I have a motion to accept the revised minutes for the January 14th, 2025 board meeting?
So moved.
I'll second.
The motion was made by Board Member Hurd and seconded by Board Member Bratt. Roll call vote. Student Board Member Hodges.
Aye.
Board Member Bratt.
Aye.
Board Member Hurd.
Aye.
Board Member Van Zee.
Aye.
Board Member Clark.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0.
Now we have to accept the minutes. I need a motion for the minutes for the February 3rd, 2025 special board meeting.
I move that we accept the minutes from the February 3rd meeting.
I'll second.
Motion was made by Board Member Van Zee and seconded by Board Member Bratt. Roll call vote. Student Board Member Hodges.
Aye.
Board Member Bratt.
Aye.
Board Member Hurd.
Aye.
Board Member Van Zee.
Aye.
Board Member Clark.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0.
Now on to agenda approval. Please note, we have a revision printed in front of us for item 11.6, consideration of adoption of resolution number 63/2425. Resolution to decrease the number of certified employees due to a reduction or elimination of particular kinds of services. May I have a motion to accept the agenda with the revision?
I'll make a motion to accept the agenda with the revision.
I'll second.
Motion was made by Board Member Bratt and seconded by Board Member Van Zee. Roll call vote. Student Board Member Hodges.
Aye.
Board Member Bratt.
Aye.
Board Member Hurd.
Aye.
Board Member Van Zee.
Aye.
Board Member Clark.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0.
Now we're on to consent agenda approval. Consent items are considered routine in nature and are approved by combining them into a single vote. Only a member of the board may request that a consent item be removed from the consent agenda to be considered on a vote separately. The public may comment on a consent item before the board approves the consent agenda. Are there any cards on the consent agenda?
No.
We have a revision printed in front of us for item 13.2, consideration of approval of classified personnel changes. May I have a motion to accept the consent agenda?
I move to accept consent.
I second.
The motion was made by Board Member Hurd and seconded by Board Member Van Zee. Roll call vote. Student Board Member Hodges.
Aye.
Board Member Bratt.
Aye.
Board Member Hurd.
Aye.
Board Member Van Zee.
Aye.
Board Member Clark.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0.
Okay, now I have a few housekeeping items before we get started. I'd like to take a moment to review how public comment works during board's public sessions. If you would like to make a comment during the meeting, you can find yellow speaker cards on the table by the door. Please speak to a staff member if you have any questions. You will have an opportunity to make a comment on agendized items when we come to that item. For comments on items not on the agenda, please submit your card at 10.6 public comment for non-agenda items on tonight's agenda. Each speaker has a time limit of 3 minutes with a timer shown on the screen while you are speaking. This time limit will be enforced to ensure fairness. Please be aware that we may interrupt you and redirect you to the correct time to speak if your comment relates to a different agendized item or if it is not within our jurisdiction. As president, I reserve the right to announce a last call for speaker card submissions. Please have your speaker card submitted when public comment begins for the agenda item you'd like to comment on. The views expressed during public comment are those of the individual speakers. The absence of a response from the board or district staff does not imply agreement. The district believes in an inclusive, welcoming, and safe environment during its meetings for all the community. Please be mindful that students are in the room and watching virtually. We are all here to support them and to support their educational experience. Thank you for joining us tonight. We very much appreciate your engagements. We'll now start with reports to the board. 10.1, and our school highlight tonight is Bella Vista Elementary School. And we're welcoming Principal Ryan Maloney and his fan club.
Thank you very much. Good evening, members of the school board, Superintendent Kamick, assistant superintendents. I'm Ryan Maloney, and I'm the very proud principal of Bella Vista Elementary School. I'm truly honored to have this opportunity to share some of the wonderful things happening at our school. I'm excited to share with you the hard work of our students, some of whom we have in the audience. And the dedication of our staff, and we have over about 30 here tonight. And the vibrant learning community that makes Bella Vista so special. At the start of every meeting at our school, we review our mission and vision to ensure that we are all in alignment with our work to serve kids. Bella Vista is an inclusive community that cares, shares, learns, and grows. As we go through the presentation, I'll be sharing how we are that inclusive school community that CARE shares, learns, and grows. But first, some Bella Vista fun facts. Bella Vista opened in August 2016 as the 22nd elementary school in our district and the 5th elementary school in the Doherty Valley. We're home to the Trailblazers. Currently, we have 498 Trailblazers in preschool through 5th grade and continue to grow, especially in our preschool program. In addition to our general education classrooms, we have several unique programs at Bella Vista to serve all students' needs, including a flow-through specialized academic instruction program, a specialized academic instruction preschool program, and we are home to the district's academic talent program for 4th and 5th grade. Seeing our diverse range of programming, we do have students from all 22 elementary schools come to Bella Vista. I thought that was a unique fun fact. All of our students know what it means to be trailblazer strong, be safe, be kind, work hard. We're truly fortunate to have 76 dedicated and passionate staff members, including 36 certificated and 40 classified staff. And we are like one big extended family who all care for each other, support each other, and encourage each other. We believe that all our kids are all our kids. Our staff are lifelong learners who are dedicated to continually refining their craft. This year, our theme is There's No Place Like Bella Vista. Monthly PD in our staff meetings revolves around teaching with courage, with our minds, and with our hearts. This afternoon staff meeting just a few hours ago, we were engaged in ELD strategies, including comprehensible input from Dr. Stephen Krashen. At Bella Vista, we cultivate a culture of care rooted in our Trailblazer strong values to be safe, be kind, and work hard. This permeates our school, evident in classroom displays and student-led activities. Our No Place for Hate Club, Student Council, Friendship Club, and Prism Club actively promote inclusivity and empathy. Students demonstrate their commitment to care through practical action. From Student Council collaborating with our child nutrition director to improve the lunch experience and reduce waste, to Mrs. Singh's 4th grade class organizing a substantial supply drive for wildfire-affected schools in Southern California. Her students took January's character trait of problem solving to heart and wanted to take action for the schools and students in the affected area. In all, they collected 16 boxes of essential school supplies for schools in the Southland. Our school-wide celebrations like Start with Hello Week, Words Matter Week, and Inclusive Schools Week reinforce these values. Even our youngest learners, who you could see there in the bottom left, our 1st graders at lunchtime, contribute by assisting our lead custodian, Mr. David, in maintaining a clean and welcoming playground. Bella Vista is a community where caring is not just a concept, but a lived experience. At Bella Vista, sharing is woven into the fabric of our school. We champion inclusive learning through seamless mainstreaming, where all students of all abilities thrive together, demonstrating the power of shared knowledge and shared experience. Our commitment to collaboration extends beyond the classroom. Through active PTA, Ed Fund, and school site programs, we cultivate a strong sense of belonging, uniting families and fostering a vibrant community. This year, we shared the experience together of participating in Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day. Our annual Welcome Back Fair and engaging family math and literacy nights, powered by our dedicated staff and volunteers from our student friends at Doherty Valley High School, further strengthen these bonds. Our students also share their talents in learning through captivative performances, with nearly all of our grades producing musical extravaganzas. You haven't lived until you've seen our kindergarten production of The Wide-Mouthed Frog. Our exceptional music program, providing comprehensive instruction for all TK through 5th grade students, gives them the opportunity to develop that love of music. Our 3rd graders play the recorder with a culminating concert during open house, while our 4th and 5th graders have the opportunity to join band, orchestra, and chorus ensembles. Bella Vista is a place where deep learning thrives. Our 76 dedicated staff members are committed to providing an inspiring and challenging education for all students. Students actively engage in the learner profile, demonstrating their understanding through dynamic classroom activities. Common learning time and a comprehensive MTSS framework ensure that every student receives the support they need to succeed academically, behaviorally, and social emotionally. National History Day provides a unique opportunity for upper grade students to explore historical events through critical thinking and analysis. Our makerspace fosters creativity and innovation, providing bi-weekly opportunities for students to engage in STEM, art, and engineering activities. Our staff is equally committed to learning, participating in monthly professional development focused on growth and improvement, like today's ELD. In addition, last summer's impactful staff professional development at the Museum of Tolerance underscores our commitment to anti-bias education, inclusion, and equity. At Bella Vista, our staff and students redefine success daily, guided by our strategic directions. We foster deep learning and innovation through dedicated common learning time, ensuring success for all students. Our staffed makerspace empowers students to cultivate creativity and critical thinking through hands-on art and engineering experiences. Students engage in project-based learning, utilizing resources like Define Learning, Silicon Valley Math Initiative's Problem of the Month, Genius Hour passion projects, and our signature National History Day. To ensure educational equity, our staff-led DEI committee curates resources and activities grounded in our monthly resolutions to ensure all students see themselves represented in school. Our MTSS process proactively addresses the diverse needs of every student. Our annual multicultural festival celebrates diversity, bringing families together to share and learn. Our counselor promotes restorative justice and restorative circles, fostering accountability and healing. Quarterly behavior assemblies reinforce positive school culture and climate, emphasizing our school expectations that may have been forgotten. As a Title I school, we leverage assessment data to prioritize math intervention, directly supporting student success. We cultivate a strong sense of community and school spirit through monthly all-school gatherings on the blacktop or in the MPR, celebrating character traits and reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. Our assistant principal and I conduct monthly read-alouds aligned with character traits in every classroom. We empower students through voice and choice in extracurricular clubs and activities. Our robust social emotional support program, encompassing the Rainbow Program, Harmony, Zones of Regulation, Komochis, SKIP, and our school counselor prioritize student well-being. At Bella Vista, we're dedicated to nurturing the holistic growth of every student, empowering them to reach their full potential. We reinforce positive character development through monthly celebrations of traits like kindness, fostering a supportive and compassionate environment. Our commitments extend beyond the classroom, with strong partnerships enriching our students' experiences. The San Ramon Valley Fire Protection District, the City of San Ramon, and the San Ramon Police Department provide invaluable support every year. We're also grateful for the Rotary Club's annual dictionary donation to our third graders. And the presence of therapy dogs on Wednesdays provides a comforting and loving touch with some doggy kisses, enhancing students' well-being within our recently opened Wellness Center. We further empower students through student-led clubs advised by our dedicated teachers, offering opportunities for personal growth in areas like chess, theater, friendship, inclusivity, and art. Care, share, learn, and grow. These are the pillars upon which Bella Vista Trailblazers are built. We're committed to cultivating empathy, collaboration, intellectual curiosity, and resilience in every student. We empower them to wield these values as their guiding force, shaping them into leaders who will drive positive change in their communities and beyond. Thank you for the opportunity to showcase the remarkable work of our students, our staff, and our families. I know that on March 28th, Mrs. Young and I are very excited to welcome Superintendent Kamick and Board President Clark for our site visit. But I do want to extend a warm welcome and invitation to all of you to come experience the vibrant spirit at Bella Vista. Thank you.
Comments, questions?
Oh, I just wanted to make a comment. Thank you for sharing that. Bella Vista is such a special community and, it's diverse and welcoming and we see that, the inclusiveness that you just live by, that the community lives by. And I really appreciate all that you do for every single student there. So thank you.
I think one thing that really stands out in your presentation too is just how comprehensive your approach is to educating the students that are under your care, as well as the community attachments that you have, but with the fire department, police department, bringing multiple Rotary Club. You mentioned the dictionary drive. That's a very robust, comprehensive, community entrenched program, and looks amazing.
Thank you.
And I just want to compliment your staff for supporting you. It really says a lot when you all come out in force like this. So thank you.
I can't wait to see all this in action when we come out, but I'm amazed at how comprehensive the whole child, you're educating the whole child, every aspect in many different ways, not just one, but many different ways. Very impressed with this presentation and also with your fan club. I think it's amazing. I don't think we've ever had that big a fan club before, just saying. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're on to resolutions, and the first one is 10.2 Women's History Month, which is March, and we have Director Chris George.
Yes, I will be doing Women's History Month. I am honored. I am substituting for another speaker who couldn't be here tonight, so you get it. We do get it. So thank you, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Kamick, for having me here tonight to help celebrate the resolution and Women's History Month and celebrate the excellent work that happens in our schools surrounding Women's History Month that I'm sure we'll see throughout March of this year. Quick history of how we got to Women's History Month. International Women's Day on March 19th, 1911. Over 1 million people in Europe demonstrated advocating for women's rights, including demonstrating the right to vote, the right to work, the right to vocational training, and the right to hold public office. That parlayed into International Women's Day, which in 1978 was locally championed as Women's History Week, championed out of the Sonoma County Office of Education, interestingly enough, locally. By 1987, after lobbying by the National Women's History Project, Congress passed a law officially designating March as Women's History Month, and then we've passed our resolution to celebrate that as well. The theme of 2025 is moving forward together to celebrate the collective strength and influence of all the women who have dedicated their lives to education, mentorship and leadership. So throughout this month, we celebrate some of the many incalculable ways that women have changed our world, from the many women you see here to many, many, many more. Malala Yousafzai, Marie Curie, Rosa Parks, Frida Kahlo, Wangari Maathai, Shirley Chisholm, Valentina Tereshkova, and Kamala Harris are just amongst the few that we see here tonight. So, tonight we also get to celebrate the many, many ways that we see Women's History Month celebrated throughout our schools. And I think this is what we're really here to see, and the really important part of this. At Bollinger Canyon in Mrs. Hahn's second grade class, as part of the biography unit, students write about a woman from history. She puts names around the room and students choose which woman they want to research about. The fifth grade team, as part of their careers project, must include slides in their presentation that highlight a woman in their chosen career that they've researched. And most teachers do read alouds at Bollinger Canyon about women in history for Women's History Month. In addition, at Gale Ranch Middle School, Mrs. Harder creates a museum, as she does for every resolution, but she creates a Women's History Month museum, and you can see some of the excellent student work we have coming out of there up on some of the slides here. Likewise, Gina Jenkins, a science specialist at Quail Run, providing student work surrounding Women's History Month. We also see at Twin Creeks Elementary School, as part of the slide deck that they use, we see famous scientists and mathematicians. So obviously it's not enough. It's not enough to celebrate through a few selected. We know that throughout the month and throughout the year, we celebrate Women's History Month. Excellent work as always throughout our schools and our fantastic classrooms, and we'll see it throughout March. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Any comments? Okay, so the next one is Art Education Month in March, and Shavanta Eddington, RTSA.
Good evening, Board Trustees, Superintendent Kamick, members of Cabinet, all gathered in this room, and those watching at home. It gives me great pleasure to speak before you in honor and recognition of Arts Education Month. Adopted by the California Department of Education in 2019, the California Arts Education Framework is a standards-based pathway that supports a comprehensive arts education. It solidifies the arts as a core subject and serves as a model for authentic arts assessment, arts integration, universal design for learning, and support for district leadership to implement inclusive study across all 5 arts disciplines, including visual art, dance, theater, music, and digital media. Since the fall of 2023, it has been an honor to lead the work of our Strategic Arts Planning Committee, where a dedicated group of students, teachers, counselors, parents and caregivers, administrators, school board members, and members of our community organizations gather to create a document that will solidify the vision for arts education across the district. From providing introductory experiences across all arts disciplines for our youngest learners, to expanded opportunities in advanced specialized arts courses at the secondary level, our students will gain the skills necessary to mature as artistically literate citizens and become leaders in the workforce. The next slide showcases sampling of the arts in action across our sites and in our greater community. And I know you've had Nancy Rom and her choir here sing before you recently, and that's a picture of them at the Warriors game, singing the national anthem. Then I have just a few, we have many of our secondary. The digital media photo that's pictured before you is currently hanging. If you haven't had a chance to visit the gallery downtown Danville at the Village Theater, please do take a look. It's there through the end of March. This work and many others is hanging there currently. A recent publication from the County Superintendent's Arts Initiative highlights the many ways involvement in the arts supports student success. For many of our students, arts classes serve as a break in the school day to relieve stress, an opportunity to feel accomplished within the school community, and often a motivation to get out of bed and make it onto campus, lowering chronic absenteeism. Students feel a sense of purpose and belonging as they build connections through their individual and group accomplishments. I mentioned earlier that our strategic arts plan will serve as a guide to increase access to arts education for our students. And I'm thrilled that our school board has approved 18 new arts courses since last 2024, since last spring. I'll say it again, 18 new arts courses. And with the help of funding through the Arts in Music in Schools funding known as Prop 28, our students have had the opportunity to participate in some exciting learning experiences. I'll go off script a little bit, but our students are engaged in theater learning through the Berkeley Repertory. We have students able to take field trips, have participated in after-school sewing and dance classes, Bollywood classes that happened out at Tassajara Hills Elementary. So the arts are thriving, and we thank you for supporting their endeavors. We appreciate all of our board members and our members of Ed Services who come out and support us by attending our art gallery openings and speaking at our district music festivals, many of which are coming up in March and April. And if the community would like to learn more about our site-based arts programs, all are invited to attend a performance, walk through a local art gallery, or visit the various social media accounts listed on the final slide. Thank you again for allowing me to share a glimpse into the wonderful work our students, teachers, and administrators are doing to increase access to arts education in the San Ramon Valley.
I have had the pleasure of serving on the Strategic Arts Planning Committee with you, and you have done an amazing job. The things that the students are doing and that they're learning, and we were learning how to do embroidery digitally. I would flunk out of that class, I'm afraid. But it's a great idea, and I know some people that were doing it, but anyway, you've really done a great job, and I just want to say thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next resolution is Prescription Drug Abuse Awareness Month, and that would be Executive Director Curriculum and Instruction. You're not Deb Pettish.
All right, thank you. I'm John Campbell-Piano, and to share on this serious resolution in March of this year, 2013 designated California Prescription Drug Abuse. And we know, if you've been reading and following, this data is a bit dated. We have not received the 2024 data yet from the county. We should receive that in the next month. So some of the numbers you can see here in Contra Costa County, and we read about it, we study it. In our local area, this data is from 2024. So this is our data from last year, and you can take a moment and look at the suspected overdose, the fatalities, tragic, and the Narcan administration. And most people, I think, if we raised hands, would be aware of Narcan. Each of our schools has this, and you'll see on a slide, in our AED machines around campus and in our offices. Fentanyl, this is something that we speak as much, and I know there's parents in the room and teachers, thank you. One pill can kill. We can see this on the pencil, the fatal dose of counterfeit. It's tragic. And the foundation One Pill Can Kill, which we'll get to in a minute, April Rivero, was founded when she lost her son at University of Arizona, who was a very successful student and combined alcohol with a pill. And she's used that work to drive some of the success in saving lives here locally. And that's the Narcan I was describing. Staff volunteers participate in training. Our administrators are trained in this. As I said, they're in the school office, but also in our larger campuses when there's AED machines, whether you're in the gym or what have you, the box is there. It can be administered without any negative impact if there's a lack of certainty of the person and whether they're out or not. It has been used by our schools, and it has saved lives. And we're pleased that most schools in the county have this available. How we also talk to our students about it. Often, as we know as adults, our students are way ahead of us. And so we try our best in the health class to share this and just be a broken record. No matter what, do not take anything. And one of the stories, I met with a group of students 2 weeks ago, and many of them were student athletes. And one of the kids was talking about how he threw his arm out and he was trying to make a team during tryouts. And one of his teammates gave him Advil. And I said, how do you know that's Advil? How did you know it was? Because they were in that thing. Hey, can I have something? I want to keep going. And that's one of those things that we really need to continue to educate. Even though he knew that kid was probably a friend, we just can't do that. We cannot do that. And our students need to know that. And it's a very serious piece. And so we try, all students need to know it in the health class, but with our athletes as well, because a lot of times there's this mentality of I'm hurt, I need to play. And that is a dangerous place. So please educate, and we try to do that. In terms of what we have coming forward, on the right, I'll start with, I've participated in this 2 years ago in on a panel, and then last year. If you can come to this presentation, it's a joint effort with our PTA. Thank you, PTA, with April Rivero, our community partner, with the National Coalition Against Prescription Drug Abuse, and our district and our nurses. Kathy Rooney is our lead nurse, does incredible work. It's just a wonderful time to get trained on what it is. And we'll be giving out Narcan. And April on the left, who I spoke about, runs this partnership up and down the state, the country. She's an incredibly strong woman who has led this work to save lives. And clearly we don't want any of our students to use any opiate. And we want to educate, and we also have the Narcan available. So this is an important resolution, and I hope we all can share this with those we love, especially our youth, so we can make sure that they don't run into any of this. And that is it for us. And please, thank you for your help as a community to end this epidemic. Questions?
John, I just want to thank you for adding the really strong student component message to the presentation, because I'm always surprised when we hear from students that they don't know about this. Because I mean, I've known April since her son had his very unfortunate situation, and so it's kind of like, how could you not know this? But they're young, and so just the emphasis that you put on how we reach the kids, I think, was a really good addition. Thank you.
Thank you. And I was watching a gentleman in the stands, and he was with his relatives, and he was uncle, and he just said, whatever you do, kids, do not take anything that you don't get from your parents. And like, if we can spread that message, and our youth want to be out there and participating. And so thank you for bringing that up. We need to just continue to talk about it, even though it's a painful topic to discuss.
I want to piggyback on that because my son lost his best friend to an accidental fentanyl overdose. And it isn't just that it's completely horrible and traumatizing to the family of the children, but it profoundly affected my family too, and my son, to have to deal with that at such a young age. And he thought he was getting marijuana, and it was laced with fentanyl, and he went to bed and he never woke up. So it is critically important that this information gets out to our youth, because it's exactly what you said. They'll take something from somebody thinking it's okay, and it's not. And sometimes the consequences are catastrophic. So thank you for bringing this forth and for the information.
Thank you.
John, what age do we start rolling this out in our schools?
We in the health is the high school.
High school.
In terms of the curriculum, we have the Narcan at all of our sites, but obviously, just as a precaution, but we don't do the education per se.
So is there any engagement through this program or through this resolution in like the middle schools?
Yeah, so we do have spaces in our middle schools where we do have health curriculum, and the one pill can kill is definitely used, but it's not as in depth as our health class. So it's something that we believe should be done with fidelity. There is still a bit of tension, as you know, even at the middle school level, of talking about heavy narcotics, but it's something that I think is important because, like Trustee Clark said, and we saw the pencil, right? It can be in something, and you really should not be eating or consuming anything that you're not aware of it's from. So we can do some work in checking in with our middle schools to see what level we're doing it and see what the fidelity is compared to what we know we're doing at the high school. Our high school health teachers save lives, and they're amazing at doing that. And this is part that they've had to add because we weren't talking about this 20 years ago. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, John.
All right. And please, if anyone can join us on March 25th, it'll be in this room. Thank you.
Okay, we're on to 10.3, 2024 enrollment projections, demographer study, Assistant Superintendent Danny Hillman.
Thank you, President Clark. Today we have joining us via Zoom our demographer, and I think Logan's getting him logged in right now, and he's going to go through a shortened version of the attachment that is attached to the agenda. The agenda has the full demographer's report, and Esau has prepared a shorter presentation to go over with the trustees, and we'll then, after that, open it up to any questions that you may have. Is Esau there? Okay.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Did you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Yeah, so I just got admitted into the meeting, so I'm assuming I'm gonna be presenting at this point.
Yes, I've teed you up. Go ahead and we're going to put the slides on the screen and you can go ahead and go through the deck that you sent us.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, good evening, everybody. My name is Isa Hoya from MGT, and I'm here to present to you the 10-year resident student population forecast that we completed. And we've been doing this forecast study for the last couple of years here, 10 plus years, and just been tracking any demographic patterns, any development that's been going on in the district and how it affects enrollment and population within the district. And we've done the same thing this time around as well. And I'll walk you through our methodology and our and the findings of the study itself. So if you would go to the next slide, please. So the work accomplished is basically all of the study is basically GIS based, geographic information systems based. It all starts with the collection of your student data, which we map, identify which neighborhoods, which attendance areas these students live. We researched relevant demographic information factors such as active and planned residential development that's due to get built within the next 10 years, and accounted for that and how many students are going to be generated from those kinds of development. Analyze other factors such as the birth information, which is broken down by attendance area, by zip code, sorry, and it helps us forecast the kindergarten classes for the next couple of years. And that birth data and the kindergarten class dictates a lot of what your next consecutive grades could look like as these kindergartners move on from grade K to first to second to third, so on and so forth. So that plays a huge role in what the forecast may or may not look like. And if we go to the next slide, here's a chart briefly explaining what our methodology consists of. So not only does it consist of us mapping the current year's student information, but we also map the previous 3 years. And that way we have 4 years of student data that's mapped. We're able to identify which neighborhoods these kids live. We've divided the district boundary into neighborhood level polygons called study areas, or you guys might know them as planning areas, which are neighborhood level polygons throughout the district. We identify the in and out migration patterns occurring within those neighborhoods as kids go, as different class cohorts within those neighborhoods graduate from one grade to the next. We also take into account the student yield factor, which determines how many kids are being generated from newly constructed development, and we apply those yield factors, or you might also know them as student generation rates, and apply to the planned residential development that's due to get constructed over the next 10 years as well. Lastly, we collect the birth data information, which I'm going to show you, which we assume that kids starting kindergarten were born 5 years prior, so that dictates heavily on what the kindergarten class sizes might look like 5 years after those kids are born within the district's zip codes. And next slide, please. And now we're moving on to the student data analysis. And in the next slide, I will show you what that looks like here. So we collect, again, as I mentioned, we collect the student data, we map it, we verify that the enrollment counts look correct to district administration. We map it, and you can see there in the second square in the middle, an example of what those student dots look like on a map, and how we're able to overlay the attendance areas, both at the elementary, middle, and high schools, to identify where these students live. Lastly, we analyze where they live within each of those neighborhood level polygons, which you see an example of, and a screenshot on the far right there are the study areas. And so we essentially calculate a resident student population forecast for each individual polygon. We accumulate those forecasts and we combine them based on which elementary, middle, and high school they belong to to create your elementary, middle, and high school population forecast and a district-wide resident student population forecast as well. So meaning how many kids live there, how many students live within each of those polygons, and how many students are due to live there within the next 10 years. And as you can see in the slide on the bottom right, we've divided it into more or less 627 study areas, which more or less represents anywhere from 50 to 100 students, depending on what kinds of housing units they are within each of those polygons. And if we go to the next slide, please, you could see there the student density as of fall 2024 with it's just the thematic density of or the highest concentrations of where the students live. It's just serves for you to take a visual on where the highest concentration of kids live. And you could see there in the yellow is highest density, while the blue is more sparse and more distributed. You could see that it directly correlates with the higher density housing units within the Doherty Valley that got built within the last decade. And you could see how the yellow is more prevalent in that Doherty Valley area within the Quill Run Elementary attendance area boundary. And if we move on to the next slide, once we've mapped the student data, we've also created the attendance matrices which identify the transfer patterns occurring within the elementary, middle, and high school attendance areas. And these identify how many students live within each attendance areas and out of those students, which schools they actually attend. So I have an example of the elementary, middle, and high school, and I'll show you how you would actually read this document to see the transfer patterns that are occurring. And while this doesn't affect anything with the resident student population forecast, it is a very telling document of what kinds of transfer patterns are occurring within the district boundary for district administration and board members and the public to be informed about it as well. So if we look at the first row here, you could see that within the Alamo elementary attendance areas, this consists of a grade range of TK through 5. So you could see that there's 351 TK5 students living within the Alamo elementary attendance area. Out of those 351, 318 live and attend the Alamo elementary attendance area boundary. So looking at the rows from left to right across gives you the number of students that live within each attendance area and which schools they attend. So you could see that right next to that 318 number, close to the top left corner there, there's 4 students that live within Alamo and then attend Bella Vista Elementary School. And so all the way towards the bottom, you could see the inter-district transfers. So each column, looking at each column across the slide here, that's what your enrollment counts are. So you could see as an example, within Alamo, at the very bottom, there's 343 students living within, attending Alamo, while right above that number there, that row, there's 8 students that are inter-district transfers, meaning these are students that live outside the attendance area boundary and attend Alamo Elementary School. All in all, there's about 161 students from outside of the district boundary that attend San Ramon Valley Elementary Schools. And you could see that out of all these schools, the highest counts consist of Rancho Romero, and then Country Club has a good amount with 15 out-of-district students. And Quill Run also has a few out-of-district students attending that school as well. So if we go to the next slide, you'll be able to see the middle school matrix, which is in this case, it's much easier to read because there's fewer schools. And so you could see here as another example within the Charlottewood Middle School, there's 845 students, grade 6-8 living within that attendance area. Out of those 845, there's 743 that live and attend that school, while there's 50 that live within the Charlottewood Elementary Middle School attendance area, but attend Diablo Vista. And so all in all, looking at the bottom row for the Charlotte Wood column, you can see that there's 854 student grade 6-8 enrollment in that boundary enrolled in the school itself. And if we move on to the next slide, you'll be able to see the high school matrix, and you guys could see more or less what the transfer patterns are occurring here. You read this matrix as in the same manner as you would the elementary and the middle school matrix. You could see within the Doherty Valley, for example, there's 3,165 students living within Doherty Valley High School, a total of 257 that actually live in Doherty Valley attend California High School. So that's one of the largest transfers from one attendance area to another high school. And you can see within the Monte Vista elementary or high school attendance area boundary, 363 of those students attend San Ramon High School. So you can see which transfer patterns are occurring within each of these elementary, middle, and high school attendance areas, and how that might be affecting or not affecting enrollment within each of these schools. And if we move on to the next slide, now I'd like to show you and give you an overview of the forecast factors that actually go into the forecast and discuss these a little bit to better inform you on how these affect the resident student population forecasts over the next 10 years. So if we go to the next slide, one of the larger ones is the birth information that we take into account, which helps us forecast the incoming kindergarten classes. So we assume that once a kid is born, they're going to show up to kindergarten 5 years later. This information is collected from the California Department of Health Statistics, and it is summarized and it is provided to us by the zip code geography level. So we see, we take a look at each of the zip codes that the district falls into to see what the birth trends are and how many births have been, the amount of births that are occurring within each of these zip codes. And the zip codes more or less cover the district boundary. They may or may not directly align perfectly with the boundaries, but we just take a look at general trends to see what the number of births are in the area. And so on the far right, you see the birth year column. While on the far left, the second column from the far left, you see the kinder year column. So, for example, within the 2019 birth year, there was 62 students or births that occurred within the 94507 zip code boundary. So these are mothers that are actually living within these zip codes and actually had a kid. So when you look at the birth column towards the middle there, you could see that back in 2014, the very top row, you could see how there were 1,296 births. And that slowly has been declining or stayed relatively stable for a few years, but overall shown decline. The blue row in the middle there, you can see that there's in 2019, which represented the 2024 class, there was incoming kindergarten class, which happened this past fall. There was 1,055 births. And you could see the next consecutive years, 2020 through 2024, for which data is available, what the total number of births are. And you could see that while in 2019, there was 1,055 births, it's since it's stayed relatively stable from 2019 through 2022. So two new data points that were made available this year that weren't available as of last year when we last did the study was the 2023 and the 2024 birth data, which shows a drastic drop in births for the area. So you could see that compared to 2022, which had 1,054 kids being born in the area, that dropped down to 910 in 2023. And and dropped down to 865 in 2024. So that we foresee that significantly affecting the incoming kindergarten class for those years, for 5 years later from when those kids were born. So 2023's birth year represents the incoming class for 2028. The 2024 birth year represents the incoming class for 2029. And we just, the way we calculate these births is we analyze the percent change compared to the base year. So we analyze the 2020 births to the 2019 births to see if there's what percent decline or increase there's been. And that dictates what the kindergarten classes could look like within the next years. And that's what you see in that rate column, is the comparison of each of those birth years to the base year, which is 2019. Overall, within the kindergarten capture rate, anything above that blue row there is basically actual figures of what the capture rate is of kindergarten class of kindergarten students relative to how many births were born 5 years prior. And overall, and it's been a trend for the last couple of years, the district tends to capture a lot more kindergartners than there are births in the area. So there's a lot more families that are perhaps moving into the schools, into the school district because of great schools or whatever it might be, that doesn't actually represent kids being born there, but it's actually families with kindergarten age students. So as an example here, the capture rate for 2014's births, which represents the 2019 incoming kindergarten class, was 139%. That's 39% higher than what the births were. And so you could see there that it's maintained the capture rate around the 140 range, and most recently 141. So that does show a positive outlook in that sense of the capture rates of the births versus kindergarten class size capture rates 5 years later. And that's been kept relatively stable. All in all, though, even when considering a capture rate of 141% for the 2023 and 2024 birth years, that's still gonna show some decline because of the drastic drop in birth in the last couple of years. But just wanted to emphasize the slide a little more, spend a little more time on this slide to give you guys that information on the drop in births for the area and how that could affect the incoming kindergarten class, which dictates a lot of the incoming class sizes from that point forward as these kids transition to first, second, third grade, and so on and so forth. So if we move on to the next slide, again, this is what I was alluding to of the kindergarten versus birth class sizes. It's remained around 140 capture rate. There's districts that don't even reach 100. They're usually lower than that. So it's a unique situation for San Ramon Valley for sure. It's a lot. There's kids that tend to be enrolled in school. There's more kindergartners than enrolled in the school district than there are born in the area. So again, about a 40% increase or 140% capture rate in that case. If we move on to the next slide, the other thing we analyze is the mobility factors. This is where we use the last 4 years of student data, and we analyze this within each of the planning areas or study areas. What you see here is the mobility factor summarized at the elementary attendance area level. And basically, we are looking to see within each of these planning areas, which don't have which have well-established neighborhoods with no new housing construction within the last 5 years. We're strictly looking at mature neighborhoods, well-established neighborhoods. We're trying to see what is the move-in and move-out pattern within these planning areas as these kids graduate, as these class cohorts transition from one grade to the next. So as an example here, within the Alamo elementary attendance area, a mobility factor of K-1 of 1.05 essentially indicates that out of 100 kindergartners, the trends show that there's a gain of 5 students as these kindergartners transition to first grade. And so anything over 1 that you see here is actually positive in migration, kids moving in. Maybe they might have either moving into the neighborhood, they might have started enrolling in the school district system from a charter school or private school, perhaps. So it could be any of those scenarios. So that represents any number over 1 represents positive in migration. Any number less than 1 represents negative out migration. So kids actually moving out of the district boundary or choosing to attend a charter or private school, so on and so forth. So you could see here that the overall trends stay pretty much consistent here with positive in migration within the elementary grade ranges within each of these attendance areas, and within the middle school attendance areas as well. You do see some negative out migration as these kids transition from grades 9 to 10, 10 to 11, and 11 to 12. So you do see some out migration, but it's not that drastic to be concerned about or alarmed about. It's a 1% or 2% drop on average, based on what the figures and the data is showing off the mobility factor here. So even though, again, we're showing this data summarized at the elementary attendance area level, this analysis is calculated for all grade ranges from grades K through 12 as these class cohorts graduate from one grade to the next. And again, this is analyzed at the within neighborhoods that are well established without any new residential development lived within new residential development built within the last 5 years, because we essentially don't want to count kids coming in from new development. This is strictly existing development here. That's what the trends show there. And so if we move on to the next slide, just want to get transition into, speaking of development, transition into the planned residential development. And so just wanted to show you what the yield factors show. And these were provided by school district administration. So the way you would read these is for any single family detached home, the data shows, for example, a K6 factor here of 0.31 indicates that there's, out of 100 students, there's 31 students being generated for every 100 single family detached units being built. And so the slide does show K6, 7, 8, 9, 12. We have broken it down to your corresponding grade configuration for the school district as well. You could see here at the bottom, there's a row, it says TOD Pleasanton. So TOD Pleasanton is basically, as you are going to see in the next couple of slides, there's a significant amount of development that's due to occur within the Bishop Ranch area, which consists of TOD, which stands for Transit Oriented Development, which is any development within a 0.25 mile range, which is considered walking distance from a major transit station. And in this case, it would be a bus station or a rail station. And so whichever it's closest to, and it consists of higher density apartment units, if you will. So the district doesn't have this kind of sampling available yet to sample how many students are being generated from these kinds of units. But we collected this information from a study we did for the Pleasanton Unified School District, which is the next closest district to San Ramon, which has a significant amount of TOD units available. So that's the sampling that you see there for TOD Pleasanton. And I could show you and speak on TOD a little more precisely here in the next couple of slides. So we move on to the next slide. All in all, there's 51 projects planned for construction and occupancy in the next 10 years. That consists of 6,174 units in total. Out of those 6,000 units, like as I mentioned, 2,688 are considered transit-oriented development. A good concentration of those units are within the Bishop Ranch area, and that's where the majority of the planned residential development is due to get built. And TOD and apartments, which is the largest concentration of units due to get built in the area, don't tend to generate too many students compared to, say, single-family detached homes. But because of the high amount or quantity of units that are due to get built in that area, you could expect a good number of students being generated from that area. And so 69% of those units will be within the Montevideo elementary attendance area, which is the Bishop Ranch area that I've been talking about. The bottom row here, you could see the number of units due to be built and occupied within the next 10 years, starting it as soon as next year, is about 214, not that much. And you could see that climb up and peak at around fall of 2030 at 807 units, or peak at in fall 2029 as well, at 917 units. So based on the construction schedule of these units, the unit count peaks at around fall 28 through fall 2030, and at which point it drops and settles down unless newer planned residential development specific plans are approved by the city, at which point we would account for those as well. And if we move on to the next slide, this is just a quick graphic to show you the impact of the units. Most of these units are within that Montevideo elementary attendance area. All in all, the 2,000 and so TOD units plus an additional other kinds of units add up to about 4,263 units within that elementary attendance area boundary. And so the next largest one would be Twin Creeks with 576 units. And if we go on to the next slide, the district forecast, I'm about to walk you through what the forecasts show and what the enrollment could be like in the next 10 years. So we go on to the next slide. So all in all, at this point, Universal TK has been fully implemented. That's what you see in the TK row there. The current 2024 column represents this year's actual student counts. Anything to the left of that is actual historic counts in population. So I'm going to show you the population. This is what you're seeing here is the population portion of kids that are living within the boundary and are enrolled in the school. So this is the population forecast. And all in all, within the TK row, you could see that there were 884 resident TK students living and attending school within the district boundary, living within the district boundary. And you could see what the TK could look like moving forward. We do the same kind of calculation as we do with the K class, where we compare the birth years from one year to the next. And you can see that TK at this point is not capturing as high number of kids as the K is compared to their births 5 years prior. So when you're comparing the TK class with their births 4 years prior, it's about an 80-something%. I don't remember that figure off the top of my hand. It's not quite 100%, but that's what the TK is looking like right now, which is still pretty good. 80-something% capture rate is quite a higher number compared to other school districts in California. So just want to let you know that as well. You can see here the impact of the births when looking at the K class. So if we all take a look at the row for kindergarten, there was 1,491 students living within the district boundary and attending San Ramon schools. And you could see the impact of that drop of kindergarten of births in 2023, which represents the 2028 incoming K class and the 2029 incoming K class as well, and the next consecutive years. And you could see how that is affecting the forecast as this lower K class graduates from one grade to the next. And so you could also see a larger class size bubble of higher class sizes within the high school grades, which has been more or less the overall trend within the last couple of years as well, is a higher class size bubble at the high schools. As these kids graduate out of San Ramon Valley Unified School District, they're being replaced by lower class sizes within the lower middle school and elementary grades. So you could see that within the middle school grades, you still see class sizes within the 2000 range, and then you see, at least for the current year, right, and the previous 3 years as well, these are actual counts. Then you start to see for the current year, for example, a class size dropping down to 1800 in drop down to 1800 for grade 4, and then a lower class size, actual class size of 1491 for grade K in fall 2024. So you could see how the effect, even if we weren't to have any residential development, take any factors to account, you would actually see natural decline as these grades, lower grade class sizes, graduate from one grade to the next. And so if we go on to the next slide. So we have our resident student population totals in the top section there, which I just discussed. Total enrollment for resident population was 28,046 as of 2024, and the resident counts for TK12 is due to drop down to 24,501 by 2034. When you add the out of district students and unmatched students which we weren't able to get a valid address for, there's very minimal. I think there's less than 10 students at most that we couldn't find a valid address for. So most of these kids students are out of district, living out of district. When you add the resident student with the out of district, that's what gives you your total enrollment for the school district. So total enrollment for fall 2024 was 28,496. That's about a 595 TK12 drop from last year, which enrollment showed it being 29,091. So when looking again at the enrollment for 2024, the actual enrollment count, TK12, 28,496, it's due to drop a total of 13% at the grades TK12 down to 24,895 by 2034. It is important to note that a lot of this decline is heavily weighted towards the elementary grades at this point because of that drop in kindergarten class size at 16% drop, with a 16% drop within grades TK5, 9% drop within grades 6-8, and 12% drop within grades 9-12 of enrollment. I will say that the first 3 to 5 years are the most consistent or the most accurate. This is what we always say about forecasting: is the closer you are to the current year, the more consistent. It starts getting more cloudier beyond 5 years. This is just to show you guys 10 years is to show you guys a longer range plan as to what could happen in the next 10 years. But we highly advise that this be revisited year in and year out to see what new trends are happening within the district. And yeah, I just wanted to emphasize that clearly to you folks as well. Is the first 3 years, 3 to 5 years, is more precise. It starts getting cloudier as you move on 5 years and beyond. So if we move on to the next slide, you could see this is just on the right. You see a thematic map of the grade changes, the population changes for grades TK5 within different regions, different planning areas of the school district. And you could see these planning areas overlaid with the elementary attendance areas, with the greens representing decline, the reds and orange representing some growth over the next 10 years. And most of the growth correlates with the planned residential development that's due to happen within the district boundary. So you can see within the Montevideo how there's the one red planning area is within the Montevideo attendance area boundary, which is where the most of the planned residential development is due to be constructed. And so with the bar graph on the left shows you the residential development totals. So this is just strictly residential development, residential student population for grades TK5 within the district boundary. So as of 2024, you had 11,665 TK5s students living and attending school. And that's numbers due to drop to 9,854 by 2034. If we move on to the next slide, you'll be able to see the 10-year grade 6A population. Similar trends on the map overlaid with the middle school boundaries. You can see the Iron Horse having the most growth, which does have the most amount of residential development in there. So the development is playing a huge role here in whether an area is showing growth or decline. And so is the mobility factors in some of these areas where you may not see development as well. All in all, district-wide level, the amount of development that's due to happen at a district-wide level is not enough to impact the enrollment that's due to the enrollment drop that's due to happen within the next 2 years at a district-wide level. It will impact the individual corresponding attendance areas where the Bishop Ranch area lies on, but it will not at a district-wide level. It's not enough to impact enrollment. If anything, it does. It will skew. It will make it so that it's not as steep of a decline for district-wide enrollment, but all in all, it still shows decline over the next 10 years at a district-wide level. If we move on to the grade 9-12, same trends here within California high school. And in the bar graph on the left, you see a total population of 9,804 grade 9-12 students, dropping down to 8,630 by 2034. And if we move on to the next slide, and the last slide, please. We'll see here, just going to give you an overall key items for what the findings show. Overall, 3,600 grade TK12 decrease over the next 10 years through fall 2034. TK5 resident student population should expect a 16% decrease over the next 10 years, highly attributed to that significant drop in births. So, we'll wait to see what 2025 births show, but 2023 and 2024 births showed significant declines, which represent the 28 and fall 29 school years, which are the incoming kindergarten class sizes 5 years later from 2023 and 2024. Trends do show, however, you are still maintaining that 140% capture rate. But even when taking that capture rate into account, those drops are due to take a significant hit on incoming kindergarten class sizes for fall 2028 and fall 2029. As larger class sizes matriculate through the grade 6-8, they are expected to decrease 8% over the next 10 years. So again, it's that higher class size bubble that exists within the higher class grade ranges within the high school and middle schools due to be replaced by the lower class sizes within the elementary grades. And that's an overall trend that's happening not only in San Ramon Valley, but the trend in pretty much any school district in California where the class sizes are lower in the lower grades and larger outbound college-bound class sizes within the high school grades, which are due to occur. Speaking of the high schools, that grade range population is due to decrease by 12% over the next 10 years by school year 2034. And again, being replaced by smaller class sizes in the middle and elementary grades, as you saw in that district-wide student population summary. So lastly, there are approximately 6,174 residential units that are due to get built and occupied over the next 10 years. Most are, again, planned within the Bishop Ranch development area. Most of these units consist of multifamily and transit-oriented development, which don't tend to generate as many kids as would a single-family detached unit, but they are due to generate a good amount of students. And it's like I mentioned in the previous slide or two, it's the number of units due to get built is not enough to offset the forecasted decline at the district-wide population level. So with that said, I appreciate this time, and I'll open it up to any questions that you might have. And again, thank you.
Questions?
I have a question regarding the student yield factors. I'm just curious as to where that 31 out of 100 came from the school district. You know, when we look at the kinder capture rate, right? And that's a pretty consistent 41% growth from birth rate 5 years later to entering kindergarten. You know, we see that in the historical data that he provided. And so why wouldn't we, if we assume that 41% growth is families moving into our district at that rate to then start school, why wouldn't we assume at least that number in terms of families moving into new construction versus existing homes? And then, you know, I think that this idea of does it TOD, these types of housing, comparing that to the Pleasanton, you know, we're talking about, these are adjacent to, the homes in Bishop Ranch are adjacent to a bus station, not to a BART station. And so I think that it's kind of a little bit of apples to oranges. But my first question is about the student yield factor number and how we came up with that.
The student yield factor is actually figures collected from the school district administration. And basically it's a very thorough study that's done where the most recent construction built within the last 5 years or so is analyzed, and literally taking those addresses and seeing how many students are being generated from those newer construction projects. And so that is well representative of what is due to get built over the next 10 years. And that's where we get those numbers from. The births versus the capture rate for the kindergarten class size that I was mentioning of the 40% jump, that's actually comparing the kindergarten class sizes specifically, just the kindergarten versus the birth. So it's kindergarten versus birth 5 years prior. So that's where that number comes. So it's two different metrics for that purpose.
Okay.
Yeah, and then the TOD question, it is challenging to get a good sample size for any TOD within San Ramon. Quite frankly, there's no TOD built within San Ramon as of now. So we had to get the next best thing, that was the sampling of units that's within Pleasanton. And so had we found anything that has a bus stop as opposed to a rail station, yeah, we would have taken that into consideration, but that's as close as we could get to kind of gauge what kind of sampling we might get. Had there been any TOD with a bus station anywhere nearby, we would have most certainly taken that into consideration instead of using the BART station. But all in all, in terms of planning terms and what city planners use and in their terminology for the types of developments that are getting approved, it does count as a TOD as well.
Did we take into account, excuse me, my voice is a little, did we take into account when we look at our community and the number of families that live in those 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom apartments, condos in, you know, various areas like Canyon Lakes or, you know, or whatever? Are we looking at that data to find a match as well?
Yeah, so all the data within the school district is being taken a look at, and San Ramon staff does a great job at taking a look at all that information, any possible apartment, condominium, townhome that might come remotely close to what is due to get built within the next 10 years. in the district boundary. And quite honestly, anything that we could get within the district boundary better represents what is going on in the school district rather than getting it from neighboring school district boundaries. But quite honestly, the TOD stuff is just like something that's brand new in different communities as well. It was introduced in a lot of places in California, like about a decade plus ago, at a mass level. And so different communities are starting to implement it more and more now, as higher density development is being approved at higher rates for things that are consist of infill development rather than like larger lower density housing units.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Danny and Esau, and we were ready to move on. Okay, 10.4, strategic directions, culture of responsiveness and shared leadership. Executive Director of Secondary Education, John Campopiano, and Director of Equity, Hong Nguyen.
All right, the most important people are behind us, so we'll move out of the way when we can hear from our students, which is always something that we love to hear. And tonight we're going to share two of the strategic directions briefly: culture responsive to shared leadership, and then we will hear from our students on shared leadership, and we can go back and answer any questions that you have. As we know, our directions are built on a foundation of academic excellence. Tonight, we're going to look at culture and responsiveness and shared leadership, as we've had presentation on other strategic directions as we move forward. And the four students behind us epitomize what we want our learners to be. You'll be blown away. We're blown away by them when we hear them. Today we were with 75 students at the Black Student Union symposium at Monte Vista, and tonight we get to hear from these four. It's the best part of the job, as all of us know, to hear from our students. So we have a goal with our culture responsive to ensure timely, relevant, and accurate communication. We're going to show some data on communication. The second goal is to engage all stakeholders in the decision-making process. And three, enhance our performances, our service that we provide to our school community. And so what we do to measure this is we have our culture responsive survey. We will be doing this again this spring. Last year we did it April and May. We administered to all staff and students. As you can see, we had 2,200 respondents. Our staff was 507, and our parents caregivers were 1,700. And so from this survey that was put on and done and conducted by Hanover Research, we have some data that'll be hard to see necessarily from where you are in the room. So we'll just go through some of this as we talk, and this is all included and we can go through, but we really want to get to our students. And this first one was from our parents, and we're somewhat satisfied and completely satisfied in terms of our communication with all parents and caregivers. 33% were somewhat satisfied, 42% completely satisfied. So as we go through the data, we'll look at adding those numbers together. We are always clear, as we've said at every presentation, we have growth. We know we have opportunities to grow, and we do this data so that we can get better on our areas. So there's four that you'll see with our parent satisfaction, and you can look through. We can come back and ask questions on those. We have staff satisfaction, and using the same metric, that the question clearly and effectively communicating with all staff. You can see 33% said somewhat satisfied, 28% said completely satisfied. So if we took those same questions with the parents and staffs, but there's a number of other data points that we can come back to and look at, or they're included in the packet, and we'll be looking at that. This one, again, is hard to see on the left. You'll see our schools are really celebrated, our school leadership, our school teams, our school staff. When our communication went out, I am treated with respect, 85% said yes by our schools. The school's front office atmosphere is welcoming, 82%, completely agree, somewhat agree. And the communication I receive is clear, 80%. So we know all the work that goes on our school sites. It's tremendous. It's amazing. And this data bears out that, and everything here is positive, but those things are incredible. So thank you, school sites, school leadership team, school staff. Thank you. And on the right as well, when communicating with district staff, 76% completely agree I'm treated with respect or somewhat agree. The communication I receive is clear. 73% I'm given helpful information. 73%. So really positive numbers that are included here as part of this significant survey that we did. And so we're pleased with the numbers, but we also, whenever we're looking at, all of us that are educators here, look at really how do we improve so that every student, every parent, every community member, every staff member feels respected, listened to, and cared for. And so there's areas of growth. And so before we jump to the students and shared leadership, we'll be doing this survey again this spring. So we would love to see as high participation rate as possible. We'd love to see those numbers doubled from our staff, from our community, from any community partner. Please be on the lookout from that, from our communications team, so that we can continue to improve our services and communication with you. So I'm going to pass this to Dr. Nguyen, and then we will get our students up here.
And I just want to give kudos out to Bella Vista and the staff, as well as the team out there, doing such a great job. And of course, it demonstrates our shared leadership that we have across our schools and campuses. So under shared leadership, really looking at a number of our goals that we have: cultivate a culture of collective responsibility and shared investments. So that way we can really partner with our students at the school sites for their success. We also want to look at engaging a collaborative decision-making with all of our stakeholders that are there: students, staff, as well as families, and really doing that throughout the year. And then for goal number 3, to continue to develop and improve relational trust among all stakeholders. Trust is so important in our district. And so we have 3 overarching actions that we're focusing on. We want to make sure that we're developing opportunities for our staff in our school district to be able to have new areas of growth. And so we'll talk about some of the programs that are there: increase community engagement efforts, and then to be able to increase student voice. And that's something that we've really been proud of in working with our students. And we have 4 high school students that will be sharing what they are doing at their school sites when it comes to student voice. So developing leaders, some of the programs that we put in place, really putting our staff through a county program for preliminary administrative services credential program, just really trying to get our staff to be able to get more administrative credentials to really help out and really come back to our school sites to be the site leaders. A classified employee leadership development program was started. In terms of engagement, really looking at our site data, digging down into some of our own demographic data, our staff data when it comes to what it looks like at our site, looking at our CAS scores. And so really digging in, having more representation, and then developing different programs such as the Student Ambassador Program. But what I'm really proud of is the increase in student voice. We've been having many different opportunities to be able to come out, and I appreciate all the board members and site leaders that have been coming and participating in those. And I know that when we see you there, it is very positive for us and our students to see that there's adults that really care for them. And so with our student voice, really looking at decision makings, asking them for feedback, sharing experiences, and then hearing from them through wellness days. Those are something that's set up at school sites, and affinity spaces such as our Black Student Union Symposium today, providing those spaces for our students. And so without further ado, I want to really introduce the high school students behind me who are our student speakers today. So we have Sienna over at Cal High, Sean that's at San Ramon. We have also Selma at Doherty, and then we have Olivia that is at Cal High, and they're going to be sharing about their experiences when they work on student voice at their school sites. All right, we're going to pull up some more chairs. So before they get started to share and introduce themselves and what they do, let's give them a round of applause for even being here and thank you for the night.
Hi, I'm Sienna Helmer. I'm from California High School. I'm a senior, and my pronouns are she, her. I come here from the GSA at Cal. GSA stands for Gender Sexuality Alliance, and it can be found at all middle and high schools throughout our district, with the exception of Windermere Ranch, I believe. Our club is a safe space for all queer and allied students across our campus, and as the president of my school's GSA, I act as a vessel for student and school communication on topics surrounding our community. Our club works hard to bring a voice to the queer population of students at school because we belong at school. We deserve to be respected by our peers and teachers, and we deserve to feel proud and safe when we learn. I know personally at Cal, our club has achieved a lot. We are currently working to revamp a display case located in a populated hallway on campus, dedicated to teaching passerbys about labels in the queer community. Our school has also allowed us for many years now to celebrate a week for us to celebrate our community for a week called Pride Week. We get to plan activities for our club and anyone interested in joining, and the Pride flag is also flown. It's a really fun week for me. We do things like karaoke and we play lots of games. Um, the higher ups at our campus have expressed their support for our club and community by allowing us to continue with our efforts to lead the queer students, to let the queer students know that they belong on campus. Since I began attending Cal as a freshman, I've seen many changes in how student voices are taken into consideration. One of these changes is the fact that I'm able to speak to you tonight. I don't run my club alone. I have 4 other officers who run the club with me, and they have also been talking with higher ups at our school. They all do a lot of work, and I'm very thankful for them. Something that I see often contributing to a rise in students voluntarily speaking up is when we are educated about the problems that our district faces. Knowing and being part of the conversation of what we can do to make the district a better place pushes students to share the ideas and input to improve the system we are part of. As much progress as I've seen on this topic of the LGBTQ plus community, there's still so much that we can do to celebrate the diversity of our identities. I recently attended the GSA forum last Thursday, and I was happy to see a lot of attendance from district higher ups. I was very thankful for that, so thank you for coming to that. We discussed a lot that our district can do to improve the lives of LGBTQ plus students, um, including how the recent budget cuts will affect us as many queer students, especially those without a support system at home, utilize the resources offered by our wellness center and counselors. To reiterate the points I made earlier, queer students belong at school, and we want to be included in our district like any other student. We do feel that we are respected here. Thank you for your time.
Hello everyone. My name is Selma Barani. My pronouns are she, her, and I am a junior at Doherty Valley High School. To introduce a little bit more about myself and how my voice is elevated within the district, I serve as the chair of the District Student Senate, which is a committee composed of a representative from every grade of every high school and middle school within the district. The Student Senate meets once a month to discuss the most pressing issues regarding our student body. Ways in which we have taken action occur through our various subcommittees in which we complete a project per semester, and some of the results of those projects have even become resolutions being brought forth to the board that will be discussed today. The Student Senate has been able to serve as a voice for the students in our district, not just because of the students who are able to speak their opinions, but because of the educators and administrators who are eager and willing to listen. The Senate has hosted various staff from Mr. George to speak about the Grading Reform Committee to Mrs. Hanau to speak about integrating AI in the classroom. All these discussions have allowed various staff within the district to truly understand the student perspective of all these issues. And if Mr. George, Mrs. Hanau, and even our superintendent, Mr. Kamek, had not reached out to us, our voices would not have been as prevalent as they are in the district today. The Student Senate truly serves as a platform to elevate the voices of dozens of students across the district. And outside of the Student Senate, I have seen senators have discussions with their principals, site councils, and administrators speaking about the issues that matter to them the most. While there is immense progress that I would like to celebrate and acknowledge, it is also important that we continue to identify all the ways in which our district can continue to grow. I believe that there are steps that could be taken to encourage more students to join the various steering committees of the district, and that they could be better advertised as ways for students to share their vital opinions. The last thing I would like to remind you all is that collecting student opinions is never a one-time checkbox. When making decisions about students and for students, we hope to be consulted every step of the way and not just before a final draft is made. Elevating student voice will always take both the efforts of students and the staff, but students will always be willing to speak as long as our educators are willing to listen. Thank you.
Name is Olivia. Oh, sorry, is this working? Hi, my name is Olivia, and I'm here from the Black Student Union at California High School. I'm here as the president, and I think a big thing that we've done to really elevate, or that the people around us has helped us to do to elevate student voice, is that we do a lot of stuff just not on our school site, but throughout the school year with other schools. So I think a big thing that we did last year that we're continuing to do this year is that our Black Student Union actually went to the middle school at Iron Horse in order to like kind of talk about racism and just like because a lot of times like for some people it's just a joke and they don't know what to do, right? Like you say a joke, you don't know what to do with it. And so a big part of that is when students hear these like supposed jokes, they don't know how to handle it. And so we went to the site and kind of talked about like how to handle it within your friend group and how it's okay to come talk to an administrator and that like you can talk to the people around you and it's not okay to just let it slide and go on. And so that was a big thing that we did last year and it turned out really well. The principal there, Miss Norris, actually emailed us the next day saying like she had so many people come telling her how amazing it was to have just students and not just adults talking at them, but having students being able to not only connect with them, but really give insight to their own experience. So we are continuing to do that this year and I think next month. And we're getting other ethnic groups because it's not only Black people that have this issue, it's everyone. And so getting all sorts of ethnic groups to come in and kind of speak on their experiences. And then another big one that we are doing or that we just had happen was the talent show because we do this thing called Night at the Apollo Talent Show, which was a basically like a big theater that like many Black African American people like came and performed at, and it was a very big part of history. And so we try and celebrate that by having our own little talent show at the school site, and it went amazing. It was just great. But honestly, student voice has really been elevated through just our BSU because we've had a lot of people come to our meetings, a lot of people attend. We have very many people on the school site who come into our meetings and has really supported us, including like Mr. Ball. We've had the police officer on campus, Miss Taft, our assistant principal. And so just having a community of people that have all been there to support us has really elevated us to do a lot more than what we were originally going to do. And so I'm really thankful and thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kushan Harandi, and I'm a senior at San Ramon Valley High School, and my pronouns are he, him. I think one of the ways my voice has been elevated from San Ramon is getting taught through Mr. Davis, who's by far the best teacher and mentor I've had in my life, but also being a part of SLAM, which is the student-led anti-racist movement, a club which is at my school. Just to dive a little bit into both of those things, I'm currently in AP Research, and the topic that I chose this year was to create a diverse curriculum for high school students. Mr. Davis is also my expert advisor in the course, and has invited me to both of the Ethics Studies curriculum days, where I gathered with 20 or so teachers in the SRVUSD district and discussed the Ethics Studies curriculum that will hopefully be taught at our school in our district next year. Mr. Davis helped me develop my critical thinking skills and shape me into who I am today, which leads to inviting me to join SLAM last year when it started at San Ramon. This year, SLAM has taken action in spreading the message of anti-racism, and on March 7th, people in the committee that I chose, which is teaching middle schoolers about anti-racism, will go to Stone Valley and give a presentation to the 8th graders. I think that the things I'm doing at Stone Valley are truly having an impact at San Ramon. And hopefully after I graduate, students can continue to make an impactful change on the SRV campus. Finally, 2 weeks ago, I went to a teacher meeting from 7:30 to 8:15 with all the teachers on the SRV campus that is held before school. This was another SLAM committee that is focused on teachers becoming aware of any racist remarks happening on campus and really sharing the message so that people care about us. I got to speak to about 30 SRV senior teachers and shared my story of being bullied on campus. I think instances such as this, where students and teachers have an open forum and discuss things happening inside classrooms, can help improve the communities across campus in all districts. Thank you.
With that, we're going to open it up to questions that you may have for our students.
Thank you so much for all of the experiences that you shared. So I know you kind of alluded to this a little bit, but you're all upperclassmen, juniors and seniors. When you think about how things were when you were first a freshman, when you were in middle school, do you feel like you and your peers and the students that are younger than you have more opportunities to be able to share your opinions, and then not only share them, but actually see those opinions being reflected in changes that are made or shifts or growth that's happening on campus or district wide?
So I think, sorry. I think as when I was a freshman, I thought it was just very hard for me to find a community just because we are very small and so it's very hard. But I think throughout the years, there's been a lot more resources that have been provided. I think one that I didn't really get to talk about was the African American Scholars Project. That was a big thing that I was a part of, and I truly think that that's the reason why I even joined the BSU because all my friends were going to that. And so I really I learned a lot just about the college process, like how it is growing up, like just everything. And I think that's a big part of some of the resources that have been provided. And even the talk that I was talking to last year, I mean, the presentation I did last year, I've had eighth graders and like incoming ninth graders come up to me and say, like, I'm so excited to join the BSU in this year. And so I think those are some of the big resources provided.
Yeah. So in regards to underclassmen and even like middle schoolers being involved more and gaining more access to opportunities, I think that's definitely been shown through Student Senate. In the recent years, well, Student Senate is relatively new, but in the most recent years, just last year, we had a ton more applications, I believe, than when I was a middle schooler applying. I feel like I was kind of one of the only students who even knew what it was. And now I feel like a lot of middle schoolers and underclassmen genuinely do know what the Student Senate is and understand what it exists to do and its purpose. And even in the atmosphere of the room when we have our meetings, I see middle schoolers chiming in and speaking up a lot more than I did when I was a middle schooler on the Senate. So it's just been something really inspirational and positive to see that these middle schoolers understand that their voices are heard at the district level and that they can make impactful change in everything that they do.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I'd like to, oh, sorry, really quickly. I'd like to thank Selma as our Student Senate Chair. I get to meet with them once a month, and Selma, you've done an absolutely fantastic job of leading students from across our district. I know that you gave a little bit of a couple words about it, but I don't think it really gives full credit to the work that you guys do. I mean, it's a truly fully representative group of students from every single middle and high school across our district, and it really goes to show the commitment that our district has to student voice, which is really what I think helps to make this SRVUSD so special. This commitment to fostering the individual student and really listening to what every single kid has to bring to the table and how we can improve and grow together is really what fosters growth in this community. And we see it in each of these different student groups. I remember earlier today, actually, I saw a BSU meeting on Monte Vista's campus, and we had students from all across the district there contributing to this conversation around how we can be smarter about not only race, but how we can value each other's cultures and what we all bring to the table. So this commitment to the individual student and how we can all participate in part of a greater community through student engagement and voice is really appreciated. And I thank you all for your comments on how each of you are engaged. and what we all bring to the table. So thank you.
In response to your question, seeing since I was a freshman, seeing an increase in faculty members who want to be a part of the conversation of inclusion and want to hear what we have to say about what can be fixed and what can be changed. I would say at my first forum, my sophomore year, there were very few advisors even attend that. My second forum, there were a couple, maybe a principal or two, a couple other teachers. And thankfully, at this last forum, we had board members, we had a representative from Windermere, we had all the advisors, different teachers who wanted to be educated. And that is something that really inspires our club to keep going and keep speaking about what we can do to make our campus a safer place.
Me personally, I think that so I've taken a lot of AP classes at San Ramon Valley, and I think the teachers that I have that teach those classes I become closer with, they are, I wouldn't say more willing, but they value our voices and they really care about us. So me personally, those teachers specifically have helped me throughout my high school years. So yeah.
I just want to say that as a board member, one of my goals for every student in our district is to build confidence and feel empowered so that you can speak up to power or speak up to, something that you disagree with or that you agree with. You can lift up, and really kind of developing those skills. And I see that in you, and I see that in so many students, probably every student that I encounter in this district. And I just really appreciate that we're moving the needle with that. And I'm so excited for the future. I just have to say.
I just wanted to say that I see some familiar faces over there. And as a board member, one of the most important things to me is your voice. And I think as a board, we have really, really tried to lift your voice, listen to what you have to say. And the best part of my job is spending time with you. I don't miss too many SLAM because I think SLAM is an incredible program. And I am so happy to see that you're spreading the word to middle school because I think that is so important because you're the next generation. You're the ones who are going to change racism and things like that. We had our chance, we tried, but you can make the change. And that's so exciting to me. And being at the BSU with you this morning for a couple hours was incredible. And all of the events that I go to where I get to interact with all of you, I always learn something and I gain so much from everything that you have to say. So thank you for speaking up and thank you for empowering other students by your example. And the GSA forum was amazing. And it's just such a great place for us again to hear from all of you. So thank you for being here.
Before you go, I would like to add something too. I think a lot of this has to do with intentionality. I think the district's intentional focus on elevating student voice and creating more opportunities, you all rising to the occasion and then watching that happen. I think the students that are participating are so much more informed. And to watch you be role models for each other is really amazing. I happened to be at Iron Horse the day that you spoke, and it was like magic. Just like you said, it was so different than adults telling these middle schoolers because you guys were so real about what you felt and what you experienced. And I think you just brought home your message so well because they were hearing from other students a little bit older than them. So that whole role model thing. So thank you for rising to the occasion and making it a commitment to raise your student voice.
And I'll just add one other thing, and I know we're all committed to this too, is somebody said it earlier, John, might have been you. It's not just about us checking the boxes, it's about that continual feedback, and also looking at these survey results too. Because if we're doing things, we want to see that increase in doing better and better each year, and kind of seeing what it is that's giving us that positive experience and feedback. So thank you so much for taking the time to come talk with us this evening.
We have a comment card on this particular 10.4 from Mike Arata.
Your alleged culture of responsiveness is actually a culture of concealment instead. And the responsiveness corner blocks collapse and removal from the base of your strategic directions pyramid destabilizes its entire structure. A genuine culture of responsiveness begins with truth, including accurate information for parents and other taxpayers. Shameful failures include your previous superintendent's defamation of the Cal High stunt team in what he falsely called a racist incident. Instead of firing Mr. Malloy, 4 of your 5 current board members voted to extend his contract and later to add a $30,000 retroactive raise. Another shameless example is your concealment from parents of gender confusion if exhibited at school by even vulnerably impressionable kindergartners who've likely been subjected to gender bender read-alouds, and then establishing gender support plans for those kids, likewise concealed from parents, unless the kids themselves permit disclosure. A mid-level block in the pyramid is equity. The resulting DEI campaign has included allegedly anti-racist books and lessons, which are themselves overtly racist. One quick example is your adoption of the textbook entitled "This Book is Anti-Racist." That book capitalizes every race but white, and its author says it's okay for her to have a prejudice against white people, unquote. Another adopted text, stamped "Racism, Anti-Racism, and You," urges students to check out Straight Outta Compton as a supposed source of change and empowerment, quote unquote, despite that group's perversely vile misogyny. A responsive school district would, as you have done, establish a policy which invites school visits and program participation by parents and other community members. But a genuinely responsive district would then honor that policy when a community member concerned about extensive collections of depraved pornography, more about which anon later this evening, in district libraries, properly requested to visit one or more of those libraries to see librarians' proud displays of pornographic books during the so-called Banned Books Week. Instead, you sought categorically to deny any such visits and to exclude such a visitor. The apex triangle of the pyramid claims academic excellence, so a truthful culture of responsiveness would include website posting of your poor CAA, SPP math and science scores with a table showing school-by-school performance like this one. Instead, parents seeking such compilations need to access srvexpositor.org or .com. So deep learning and innovation, quote unquote, also at the top of the pyramid, has in fact become deep deception, include deep depravity and deep indoctrination. Shame on you.
Trustee Clark, I have a quick question for John and Hong, just about the
Sure, go ahead.
presentation
Yeah.
before we move on. I would be curious, I guess it's not a question, but I would be curious if maybe the next go around, we were able to see year over year, so we can see if there's any shift in how the survey results, how the people taking the survey results see our culture of responsiveness. I just wanted to kind of throw that out there for next.
Absolutely. We can put that together. We're going to do it this spring, and then we can put the 3-year data together. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're 10.5 mid-year update to the local control accountability plan and the local control funding formula budget overview for parents. Executive Director John Campiano and Executive Director of Business Services Evan Miller.
All right. Thank you. I'm sorry I'm presenting again. Great to see you. But before I start, thank you for everyone here and, you know, Travis, what you said and being on here. We haven't had a student trustee forever in this. And so thank you for doing that. And all the applause for those students. They're beaming out there and we have so much to be proud of. So thank you all for acknowledging them. They're incredible. So thank you. All right. Shifting to our LCAP. Every year this time before the end of February, we give you an update on metrics, goals that we have, actions, and expenditures. So we will go quickly through this, and then if there's questions, we can jump through it. This is a timeline that we share every year with our LCAP committee. We have an incredibly robust LCAP committee that gets incredible attendance. Board members, trustees, thank you for being there. Students, staff, parents, we have our Servia president and vice president, Ms. Daly, Ms. Finko, that are there every meeting. Our CSCA president, Ms. Castelluccio, there every meeting. We have presidents from our Ed Fund, PTA, a lot of valuable input. Our goal tonight is to share with you an example of each of our goals and the actions that we have gone through. In your packets, in your board packets, you have an entire document that goes through every action that we have outlined for 3 years, the current status of implementation and the current expenditure compared to the budget. So each of those, we did not want to go through each tonight, but we can answer any of the questions. So our requirement is to look at our metrics. How are we doing in data we can measure? For example, local English data through a assessment. Are we improving? Are we meeting our goals? Mr. Miller can talk about any expenditures and implementation that moves forward as we look at those goals and actions.
I just want to take a moment to remind everyone, when we look at the budgeted expenditures and then the mid-year expenditures, budgeted expenditures are based on our adopted budget. So those were developed in April and May of 2024. Mid-year expenditures are based on the first interim, so through October 31st. So just some context for the timeframes that we're dealing with when those budgets were developed.
Thank you. And to go back, just a brief to give the board some kudos. The local control accountability plan is our LCAP. And LCAP is a 3-year plan that we present to the trustees twice at the end of the year for public comment, approval, and then that work guides supplemental dollars that we receive. And approximately maybe 5.5 years ago, this board said, let's take the strategic directions and let's take the goals from this. Let's not have 8, 10 goals. Let's have 3 goals. We have 3 goals in our local control accountability plan around deep learning, innovation, equity, and social emotional well-being. Under each of those, there's actions. Those actions are intended to support unduplicated students that are English learners, low income, and foster homeless youth. The actions must show that we are intentional towards supporting those students. And those of you that aren't attending those meetings, they are open. Our next one is coming up. You can come to those. The folks in those meetings really care about the students I just described. We're not just trying to put together actions to just meet compliance. So for example, in goal 1, deep learning innovation. We're trying to create learning environments that provide students the opportunities to explore, provide students the ownership. These are in our strategic directions. An example of an action within deep learning are English learner instructional assistants. As you know, we've made a huge progress thanks to Deanna Zapia and Christopher George in our English language development plan and the teachers that have been leading those students both at the elementary and secondary levels. Incredible growth. And you'll see data at the end of the year in June that shows how well our English learners are progressing. They are making significant progress. They are reclassifying, and that work is tremendous. And you'll see that in June when we bring that to you as you consider continuing this action or not. Our English learner instructional assistants, CSEA members who provide this individual assistance support in classroom with our students. This is fully implemented. We have them across our elementary schools. One of the proposals that has come up through our LCAP committee's feedback is, should we have those at middle school? Should we have those at high school? These are elementary positions, and Mr. Miller can talk about the budgeted piece or the expenditure if there's question. That was budgeted. This is fully implemented. We're doing that on campuses throughout our elementary right now. So this is an example of an action within our LCAP plan around goal 1. Again, there's 10, 11 actions per. Our second goal, which again, thank you for keeping our goals to 3, is around equity. Ensure that all students are empowered to reach their full potential by valuing student voice, addressing systemic inequities, and closing opportunity gaps. One of the pieces we pulled out was our student attendance review board staff. We have an incredible employee, she's back here, Sasha, who we will introduce, who has been diving fully in to our chronic absenteeism. We had 14 schools that were chronically absent per our dashboard, and we are diving in. And we know if students aren't at school, they're not learning. We know certain student groups are at school less often than other student groups. And Sasha has led, actually, let's give Sasha Lipkin a round of applause, because and we've probably heard, and you've heard her, we have her come to our LCAP committee. She's intentional about getting students to school, students low income, foster homeless youth, English learners. We get them to school. And this is an example of an action that you all have supported with our plan that is helping students. And finally, sorry, Sasha, for embarrassing you, but great work. And then the last goal is around social emotional well-being, ensuring inclusive learning environments where all students, staff, and families feel deeply connected to their school community. Again, if you pull up the whole LCAP, which is on our website, if anyone in the community wants to read it, you all have a backup document that has all of the actions. We chose our wellness rooms. And these are fully implemented our 4 comprehensive high schools. You heard tonight, elementary, it's moving into, right? That's incredible. Many of our middle schools have wellness spaces, but this board decided we're going to staff these with an intake coordinator and a social worker. And as we heard tonight, and we heard at the GSA last week, the BSU today, those are powerful places for our students to gather themselves, to get the support they need to be ready to go to school. And we have these rooms. Not every school in every district across our state and country have these rooms. So this is part of our plan that we will monitor. When we come back in June, we'll share some data around how often they're used. Obviously, a lot of the information is confidential, so we won't have that information, but how often they're used. So those are 3 examples of actions within our LCAP plan. And again, they're all in there, but I know it's already 8:12 and there's a lot of other topics to discuss, but I wanted you to know that we are in this implementation phase for all of our actions. Any questions for either of us?
So when we look at the budget cuts that we've already made, and so the budget cuts that have affected the 24-25 school year, are we seeing an impact in our LCAP plan in terms of being able to fulfill the promises that we made to that plan?
I don't think we are seeing those reductions have an effect on the actions and fulfilling. Like, we can see that we are implementing the actions in the plan. So I would say no, there is an impact. We did reduce LCAP supplemental budgets, but we aren't seeing necessarily an impact on the actions that we were able to.
Okay, so there hasn't been a point where we've had to put a pause on something or shift kind of the goal.
I can, thank you. And you can jump in the business side of the house. I'll leave to these two, but yes, within the goal, our goals will stay for 3 years. Okay, those 3 goals will stay as the county knows. Some of the actions may have to be modified to meet those goals. Sometimes they're modified because they weren't effective actions.
Right.
Right. Let's say that we had a program and it wasn't helping students math learners. We would modify that. We would share that with you. You would ask questions, the public comments. We'd eliminate or modify that action. So similarly now, we're not at that phase as a committee, right? As a committee, we are working off how are these actions working now? Based on what, how everything works out, some of those actions may have to be modified because of success or lack thereof.
Right.
Right. Or budgetary reasons.
So when does that does that come to the committee? Is that the spring or is that next
Yes, the
fall?
last two
or-
committees, April, May, we
Okay.
would bring those as drafts. And the committee is a group that makes recommendations. You ultimately, with community input, determine if we approve these actions. So the committee will come and share, like I gave that one example. We had Miss Apia and Christopher George come to maybe 2 LCAPs ago where they shared about English learner progress. And one of the comments that we received a lot of feedback on is these English learner instructional assistants are making a tremendous impact at the elementary level. Can we consider them at the middle and high? Right. So that's something that would come through. It'd have to be budgeted out. And we receive dollars based on those student groups. So even if there's a decrease in an overall enrollment, right, if that's those student groups stay the same or increase, our dollars for the LCAP supplemental dollars would stay the same. So that's the process we're in. We're not at that place yet where we've made final recommendations, to you for that. That'll come in June.
Okay. And then just to kind of just more for an educational standpoint in terms of how the LCAP, the supplemental dollars, how they factor into our general budget, and then how, we're held accountable for making sure that the supplemental dollars that we receive actually impact the unduplicated students. So that percentage of LCAP dollars that we have, does that go into the general fund, or is that a separate fund that then pays for the needs of the unduplicated students?
They are in the general fund, but they're held in a restricted resource. So, yes and yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying. I just
And
wanted to
one
make sure.
add-on to that, yes, and then what happens is when we present this to the county before and after you look at it, they will ask for proof on how is this supporting English learners, right? And they've really tightened their procedures of accountability, where they don't want us to say this thing. We say this is for English learners. They want to say show us the data, good or bad, how it's supporting. And so they've been much more thorough, at least last year, and they plan to continue that this year, as there are some school districts that are using those dollars for different, we're not one of those, they're not worried about us, but that's the process that goes forward.
But it's not a separate fund that kind of sits outside of our general fund budget. It's just restricted to making sure that we spend it on resources for unduplicated students.
That's correct. Yes.
So could you guys go to your last slide, the one before this one? So I'm noticing the mid-year expenditures are more than the total funds budgeted. Can you explain what caused that? And then what do we do to deal with that?
So the total funds were budgeted adopted in April. There are, 4 social workers and 4 intake coordinators. I think at the time, not all of those positions were filled for the current year. So once those positions were filled, some of them came in with more experience than we had budgeted. And so they came in at a higher rate. All of these budgets have that, where some positions will be filled, some positions will be unfilled. So what we'll generally see is kind of a flow in between some of the different actions, where some will be more expensive because more senior staff moved into them. Others will either be unfilled or will have less expensive staff. So we've generally been able to manage within the supplemental budget these incremental overages and underspends.
If we come out a little higher, a little low, it gets absorbed by the general fund.
No. So because we do track it in a separate resource, it will carry over for the
Carry over as positive or negative.
It's always been positive in my experience here. We've always had additional funds that we have not spent at the end of the year.
Okay, but even though it's upside down there, or did I misunderstand your clarification about the timing?
I think overall it will be, we have always had more.
When you add all the pluses and the minuses.
Correct.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Okay, anything else? All right, thank you, John and Evan. Okay, we're on to 10.6, public comment for non-agenda items. This item is for non-agenda public comment, an opportunity for our community to speak on the record about items not on tonight's agenda. During the non-agenda public comment, the board cannot respond to comments because the topics have not been published on the agenda prior to the meeting. Are there any speaker cards for non-agenda public comment? Okay, so I will I won't be taking any more, and I'm gonna call up, I have several here. I will call your name and then I will call the next person after you, so you can be ready to come up when that person is done. The first one is John Hanavan. And after John is Rosalind O'Donnell Peters.
Hi, I'm John Hanavan. I'm a middle school teacher at Gale Ranch. I teach 8th grade core in ceramics. And you had the willingness and the foresight and the generosity to provide an expedited approval and funding for classes of this book, Made in Asian America by Erica Lee and Christina Sertornvat. And this is a really wonderful thing that you did. 90% of my students self-identify as Asian American. To have this book anchor a curriculum for our unit that allowed them to see themselves in the process of US history in a position of primacy, gave them a tremendous sense of inclusion and a sense of having a place in the nation that we're all a part of. And that was a great thing to do. And I'm very appreciative of the fact that you did it. And my students are appreciative of you too. And they made you a card. So thank you for that.
Thank you. After Rosalind is Bob Allen.
My name is Rosalind O'Donnell Peters, and I'm here today representing 6 impacted families at Alamo Elementary School to appeal against a decision issued by the district on February 4 that children born in the summer of months of 2020 will not be offered a TK placement in the 25-26 school year. The district has a precedent of allowing summer birthdays to enroll into TK, understanding that children born during summer months greatly benefit from a TK year focused on social emotional development, giving them the critical time they need to develop before attending kindergarten. The last few years have seen an expansion in TK eligibility given its foundational importance, with the cutoff for the current year of TK students requiring them to turn 5 before June 2nd, 2025. We understood that our children who missed last year's cutoff with summer birthdays will be able to attend TK this coming year. In fact, we were able to check the box on the kindergarten enrollment form for interest in TK, and it was discussed at the TK interest calls held by the district. We were then very surprised and disappointed to receive an email on February 4th retracting this offer with little explanation. This has left us confused and very worried about the path for our 4-year-olds who we feel are not ready to go straight to kindergarten in August. The district grounds itself in the principle of equity, and as an advocate for mine and the other children affected, I'm here to say that this is not equitable, with only the children in this narrow band of birthdays being forced straight to K. It was clearly the intention of the district for those children to be able to attend TK from prior communication, and as such, this feels like a sudden U-turn. The late timing of this decision is particularly difficult as many private TK programs have been in open enrollment for months, leaving us scrambling to assess our options in the best interest of our children. Not all families can afford private TK and are making the hard decision to send their child to K even though they may not be ready. I've seen from volunteering at the school through discussions with many parents and teachers across the district and from personal experience that the very youngest children in the year struggle the most, which only gets more pronounced as expectations increase in first grade and beyond. Allowing summer birthdays to attend TK this year sets them and the school up for success, leading to far less required intervention and school support over their future years, which given the recent budget cuts, especially to school counsellors, paraeducators, summer school, and increase in class sizes seems financially prudent. This said, we would like to understand, were teachers consulted on this before the decision was made? What changed between the call and the email announcement? Why is this not being assessed on a school-by-school basis? Alamo has historically had space in their TK program given its smaller catchment area. To close, we ask that you reconsider this decision and at the very least make assessments on a school-by-school basis. If our children are not able to attend Alamo TK, our expectations as parents is that the Alamo TK program will be full to capacity in the coming 25-26 year, meaning that our brilliant Alamo Community School will receive the maximum funding for our TK program. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. After Bob Allen is Lorinda Ochoa.
Good evening. It's like some people don't even listen to students. I am up here to remind the board that Gallup just put out a poll with a sample size of over 14,000 US adults. 9.3% of those adults identified as something other than straight. That is a 3 times increase from just 2012. And perhaps more importantly for our school district, Generation Z, which were adults born from 1997 to 2006, had the largest percentage of people identifying as not straight, as 23.1%. Given that our current presidential administration is actively wiping out LGBTQ references across the board, I'm hoping that us as a smaller community can do the right thing and support all of our students, but especially our LGBTQ students. Thank you.
After Lorinda is Linda Ortega.
Good evening. On behalf of the over 300 members of the San Ramon and Danville, Alamo, Walnut Creek branches of AEW, I'm here tonight to thank our middle school science teachers for nominating 7th grade girls to attend this year's Tech Trek camps. Tech Trek is a STEM enrichment program started by AEW and Stanford University in 1998. This 1-week summer camp is held on 8 college and university campuses and gives girls entering 8th grade the opportunity to explore the exciting worlds of science, technology, engineering, and math. By living with other girls interested in STEM careers, by experiencing the life of a college student with dorms, classrooms, and dining halls, and by working together under the guidance of female scientists, engineers, and mathematicians, Tech Trek campers learn to see themselves and their futures in STEM professions. Local branch members fund the Tech Trek camps at no cost to participating students and their families. Last year, our San Ramon branch sponsored 6 girls at residential camps and 2 students in the virtual camp, which is another option. This year, they're choosing 8 girls from Gale Ranch, Iron Horse, Pine Valley, and Windermere Ranch middle schools. For the past 15 years, AUW has been sending 10 to 16 girls to Tech Trek camps. For 2025, we're selecting girls for camps being held at Sonoma State, UC Santa Cruz, and Santa Clara University. Last year, Tech Trek campers came from Stone Valley, Diablo Vista, Charlottewood, and Los Cerros middle schools. Both the virtual and the residential programs feature hands-on workshops, group projects, field trips, demonstrations, and team building challenges. Camp activities include building balloon-powered race cars, learning CSI-type forensics, crafting wearable tech with movable parts. Each fall, the program participants and their parents are honored at a luncheon where they tell us about their experiences. It is so moving. These young students are brilliant. They are inspired and they come back with the confidence to take on the world and to become leaders in their classrooms and in their future careers. In fact, AUW regularly hears from Tech Trekkers who are now PhD candidates, teachers, scientists, and even astronauts that participating in Tech Trek help give them the confidence to pursue their dreams. This evening, we want to recognize the importance of science teachers and to support STEM classes in our schools. And we hope this fall we'll be able to introduce you all to the graduates of the 2025 program. Thank you.
Thank you. After Linda is Shazi Ali.
Good evening, trustees, Mr. Kamek,
CJ. He and I used to teach together when he was at Mount Diablo. I am the Mount Diablo Unified School, Mount Diablo Education Association president. And I've known many of the teachers in this room for years, especially Laura Finko. I'm also a CTA state delegate. When I heard about the many things that are going here, I just wanted to say that we support each other. Educators all across the districts support each other. We are always in support of our students, no matter what zip code. And we just want to I just wanted to be here in solidarity to the members in this room that waited all these hours so that they can speak. And I just wanted to let you know that even though I'm on the other side of the hill, we know what's going on here. And I'm in support of our educators at this district. Thank you.
After Shazzy is Nadiana Roy.
Hello, my name is Scheherazade Ali. Most people call me Shazzy. I'm a senior at Doherty Valley High School. I'm a library volunteer. I'm an officer for the GSA. I'm a careers and teaching student. I care a lot about this school, my community, and this generation. So, in 2024, over 750 anti-LGBTQ laws were introduced nationwide, and an overwhelming majority of these laws target queer youth. The current political climate is growing more hostile by the day. The CDC ordered its scientists to withdraw scientific journals containing forbidden terms so they can be reviewed by the Trump administration. Forbidden terms include gender, transgender, pregnant person, pregnant people, LGBT, transsexual, non-binary, assigned male at birth, assigned female at birth, biologically male, and biologically female. Donald Trump has signed executive orders targeting transgender Americans and has revoked dozens of federal anti-discrimination laws. Now, I know that doesn't seem like it has that much to do with a school budget, but if we take a look at 1933 Germany, years before the Holocaust officially began, Nazis ravaged libraries, burning anti-German works by authors like Ernest Hemingway, Karl Marx, Helen Keller, and of course, countless Jewish authors. A genocide does not begin with gas chambers. And considering the worsening mental health among LGBTQ youth and the fact that anti-LGBTQ hate crimes in schools have doubled within a year, it is safe to say that LGBTQ youth are under attack. Queer children are afraid, and so much of us lack support from our families. For me, the DVHS library is the safest and most welcoming place on earth, and that is 100% because of the librarians. I've been a library volunteer since my freshman year, and I cannot begin to explain to you how hard our librarians work, not just to support students academically, but also emotionally. And to specifically DVHS administrators who are not helping. When school was under fire for inappropriate literature, the librarians were the ones who stood up for DVHS, went to board meetings, got yelled at. Now, it is time for us to return the favor. They are constantly spreading love and kindness, going above and beyond to ensure students are protected. It is time for us to do the same for them.
After Nadiana is Kelly Gillen.
Hello, my name is Nadiana, and I am currently a senior at Doherty Valley High School. I am here to speak on behalf of our school librarians. I've known the librarians for the 4 years I've been attending DV, and I have gotten to know more about them and their contributions to the library throughout the time I have volunteered and my free time spent in the library. I think that the budget cut fails to see that being a librarian is much more than a person that just shelves books, which is understandable because they don't get the privilege of being at the school library and seeing what the librarians truly do. DVHS has one of the largest school libraries in the district with over 3,000 students to help. Without 2 librarians, our library would not be able to function. The library provides services both in the library and around school. With both Ms. Knapp and Ms. Uzine, the librarians are able to teach lessons in classes while also providing one-on-one help for students that need help. Libraries, to define simply, are a place to store books, but for many people, they are much more than that. Libraries for many people are a safe and loving community. Libraries allow access to books, and books allow people to access different stories, lives, and experiences. Librarians allow students to access portals of new worlds, letting you be you. Thank you.
After Kelly is Mike Arata.
Hi, my name is Kelly Jolene. I've been a parent in this school district for 20 years. This is my 5th year as a teacher. And of course, it might be my last. But in the time that I've been a teacher, I've learned how important that being a team is. If we take 125 people and get rid of them, teams are going to be destroyed. They're shuffling, and you just can't imagine. I mean, I'm sure you can't actually imagine the chaos that's going to happen. I happen to be a special educator, so my job probably will be here next year, but some people in my teams may not. And I've learned so much from so many people. So please really look at all the little things that we can cut, because we shouldn't be cutting people. We shouldn't be cutting teachers, counselors, librarians, and nurses. Thank you.
I'm Mike Arata. At a board meeting 2 years ago, after extensive public exposure of the explicit porn in your high school libraries, Doherty Valley librarian Allison Usine was called upon to defend library collections. It was an emperor's new clothes moment of stark unreality. She claimed that library materials, quote, are chosen for their artistic, historic, and or literary strengths. Our professional training equips us, she said, to consider criteria such as the reputation of the author, overall quality and accuracy, currency and age appropriateness of the content, and value of the collection. Unquote. So far, so good. But instead, dozens of your pornographic library novels involve ravenously licentious female characters in sexually submissive roles, eagerly satisfying their own lust and that of self-gratifying males, all portrayed in ways which meet the FCC's definition of obscenity. Parents, if you have children watching at home or they're in the room, I recommend you pull them out of the room, because I'm going to read from one of those books. One book in Miss Uzine's own, Madam Chair, can you restore order? One book in Miss Uzinet's own corrupted library is a variation on that theme. In that book, the first person narrator is a viciously sadistic killer of vagrants who's also a depraved violator of women. I'll quote one short outtake from that book in 416 pages of such scenes. Quote, Sabrina is staring into Christie's spread open ass. With both my hands, I keep Christie's ass and cunt spread open, and I urge Sabrina to move in closer and sniff them. I motion for Sabrina to move her face in even closer until she can smell my fingers, which I push into her mouth and which she sucks on hungrily. With my other hand, I keep massaging Christie's tight, wet pussy, which hangs heavy, soaked below her spread, dilated asshole. Smell it, I tell Sabrina, and she moves in closer until she's an inch away from Christie's asshole. Lick her cunt first, I tell Sabrina, and with her own fingers, she spreads it open and starts lapping at it like a dog while massaging the clit, and then she moves up to Christie's asshole, which she laps at in the same way. Unquote. How did Miss Usine put it? Oh, yeah. She said artistic, historic, and or literary strength, and overall quality, age appropriateness, and value to the collection. Your librarians, administrators, and the 4 of you board members who ignore board policy 4219.24 to support such filth in school libraries have disqualified yourselves as arbiters of library book appropriateness. Taxpayers should not have to fund the filth, nor fund those who supply it to kids, i.e. the librarians who feature porn during so-called banned books week and dare kids to read it with check it out and read dangerously signs. The books are not actually banned, of course, so the parents who want their kids corrupted by such material should buy it themselves for use in their own twisted homes.
We're at 10.7, Association President's Reports. We have Carrie Lucchini, SEIU, Tammy Castelluccio, CSEA, followed by Laura Finco from Serbia.
Good evening. I am Tammy Castelluccio. This is Carrie Lucchini. Carrie and I have agreed to this statement, but I'm going to be the one speaking tonight. Okay. And we would first like to congratulate all of our students who were recognized tonight for their outstanding achievement. We are here this evening as the leadership of both classified unions in the district. Both of our bargaining units reached tentative agreements on the reductions and eliminations of the budget reduction plan and also for the CSEA externally funded positions. It took us some time to reach tentative agreement, but both of our teams went into negotiations fighting for our members, but also working in partnership and collaboration with management. I would like to thank the CSEA bargaining unit, the SEIU bargaining unit, and the district's bargaining unit for continuing to do the hard work and dedication to work collaboratively and ensuring that we are able to protect our employees. We are glad to be finished with this part of the process. The next part of this is going to be the most difficult part, notifying employees of layoffs and figuring out landing spots for them. We would like to remind the board and Servia that on January 14th, this board, based on the scenario they chose, removed $5 million from the Servia reduction plan with a snap of a finger. They did not even take cents off the CSEA or SEIU numbers. We would also like to remind everyone that when we brought our reserves down to the minimum, that Servia was given a $9.6 million bridge to negotiate how they saw fit. It was supposed to be for 3 years, but it was longer. Again, CSEA and SEIU received no part of that. Let me just say that at no point during this process has anyone said that these budget reductions are what is best for our students. However, the hard decisions needed to be made, and we do not believe that anyone is in disagreement that the 24 million target needs to be met. The county directive has been very clear. Our struggle now is that Servia has been saying that the cuts need to not affect people that give direct support to students. Well, let us tell you that Servia employees are not the only employees who give direct support to students. They are speaking as if they work in a silo with no support from anyone else on campus. They do it all. Well, who cleans the classrooms? Classified. Who unjams the copy machine? Classified. Who inputs attendance and does the state reporting so we collect any ADA? Classified. Who supports our students in the wellness center? Classified. Who supports our sick students? Classified. Who maintains the schools? Classified. Who transports our students? Classified. Servia members could not do their jobs without us, and we are struggling because things can be equitable when it comes to salary increases, but not equitable when it comes to cuts. Why did they think that if the block grant money came to fruition, that they would get it all? Again, as I stated before, every part of the budget reduction plan affects the direct support of students. We also believe that it is unfortunate that our new superintendent has inherited this problem that he did not create. Are we saying that we do not believe that Servia members are important or they do not do great work? Of course not. But with the messaging they are putting out, we are hearing that classified employees are not important and that Servia should not have to take any part of the cuts. How is that fair and equitable? Again, we understand that we all bargain for our own members. No one is happy about any of this, but this is where we are, and we need to do this so we can get to a point where we can roll up our sleeves and work together to figure out how we will continue to give direct support to our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Tammy and Carrie. Laura? Excuse me. You're out of order. That's not a conversation to have here.
No, it's not, and it's also not appropriate. I just want to go on the record so that you all know, we received an email from Tammy and Carrie. We invited Tammy and Carrie to come to our executive board to have that conversation as labor partners together in a forum that is appropriate, not to air any kind of grievance that they may have with us here. Okay? I need you to know that this was not anything that should have been brought to you. This is not your fight or your conversation that you just had to witness, and that my members that are here had to witness. So I want to be very clear that they have an open invitation to come talk to us about what they just decided to bring forward to you all. On that note, I want to thank you trustees that are here today for coming to the El Costa School Board breakfast. Unfortunately, I was unable to attend because I had a flood situation to deal with. I appreciate Melinda standing in for me and our other Servia leaders who were there with our trustees. I'd also like to extend our congratulations to all the students recognized this evening. For many of our kids, music is like breathing, and so I want to provide our bravo to all of them. As you are aware, my name is Laura Finco, and I'm the president of the San Ramon Valley Education Association with nearly 1,700 non-managerial certificated workforce. Tonight, I am here before you, not just as the president of our educators union, but as the voice of the students and families who will be directly impacted by your decisions. One of the resolutions before you this evening is not just a number on a spreadsheet. It is the elimination of 125 dedicated educators, teachers, counselors, social workers, librarians, and our school psychologists for the Rainbow Room. Parts of our schools that contribute to every student who spoke here tonight. It is the unraveling of the very programs that support our students' academic success and emotional well-being. It is irreversible damage to our schools. We have asked time and again for management to exhaust all possible alternatives before cutting educators and critical student services. We have provided real solutions, Servia solutions, that if fully and credibly implemented, could protect $20 million. Yet every suggestion has been rejected. This is not just a budget crisis. This is a crisis of priorities. And let's be honest, this moment is not just about the reductions in the adopted budget reduction plan. The $7 million accounting error is a shadow looming over this decision. That mistake alone has compounded the crisis, deepening the cuts that we face tonight. Without it, we would still be looking at reductions, but not at this level. Yet where is the accountability? Where is the real discussion about how that error dictated the loss of jobs, programs, and student supports across the board? Nothing about this is fair, but fairness isn't the question here. The question is, what is best for our students? Do we reduce duplicative management positions? Do we pause the nice-to-haves at the upper administrative level? Or do we take away mental health supports, gut counseling programs, shrink our libraries, and pack even more students into our classrooms? The answer should be obvious. Our students deserve better. They deserve stability, support, and investment, not the consequences of mismanaged handling accounting error. Shifting cuts the farthest away from the classroom could save $3 million for our students. And let's talk about revenue. The revenue enhancement plan is a step in the right direction, but even management admits it's too late to implement it in time to really do any assistance. So what is the plan then for next year? Each 1% of ADA generates approximately $3 million. Are we seriously looking at ways to improve attendance and bring in those funds? Have we considered a golden handshake to encourage retirement in a cost-effective way? There are creative, low-cost strategies to do this, but yet that's not been allowed to be on the table. It is possible we could salvage enough through an early retirement instead of that our Rainbow Room school psychologist position could be retained. Other solutions, we must reduce our reliance on outside contractors and improve our sped management. Time and time again, we see funds drained by consulting services that could be better spent supporting our students directly. And we know this problem is bigger than it seems. But we believe that management is over-projecting expenditures by at least $6 million, particularly in line item 5800, the consulting services. The only way we know real savings is to require monthly encumbered expenditure reports. Without them, we're making critical decisions in the dark. We've asked for this and we're told that they're already happening, and yet a review of the agenda items for the last year doesn't show any encumbered expenditure reports outside of the interim reports. A monthly report allows us to know precisely what ongoing and on an ongoing basis the value of that line item. Finally, there is the discretionary block grant that may be included in the governor's budget, which would bring in $9 million, of which I want to go on the record right now in our proposals was only about $5.3 million. We did not in any of our proposals ever suggest remotely that Servia have ownness of all of those funds. In fact, our bargaining chair, Dee Dee Giudice, said, this is what our priorities are. This is how much it would cost. And then you would have over $4 million to be able to be used in other areas, including for CSA and SEIU, if they chose to have that. They negotiate for them, we negotiate for us. All we were asking for was what our priorities were for the student mental health services. The discretionary block grant can be used to bridge funding for the next year, giving time for management's revenue enhancement plan to take an opportunity to work. We're looking at a building block approach to this budget situation, one block at a time, like tossing a starfish back into the ocean. It can make a difference. Bottom line, we did not have to choose this path. There have been alternatives and we've laid them before you. You just need to have the courage to take them. Passing the resolution means making a choice, one that appears to turn our backs on our students when they need us the most. Our students are not numbers to be erased from a budget. They are our future. Choose them. Thank you.
Okay, 10.8, our student board member report. Travis?
All right. Well, this past month, I've had some fantastic opportunities to continue to connect with our students, as well as members of our district staff and community, to have some conversations on various topics, some of them ranging from student nutrition all the way to grade reform. I've talked with our district nutrition team and was very impressed to see all the amazing progress that's happening on our school sites. They actually offered me to give me a tour at my home school at Monte Vista, and I was very, very impressed. You can talk to any student on our school sites, and they'll tell you just how far our district has come in terms of nutrition, that in providing meals that are not only healthy, but also really tasty too. I've also met with our student senate, and we had a really productive conversation the other day on topics ranging from tonight's board agenda all the way to student safety and some of the resolutions before the board tonight. This senate continues to provide great feedback to our district and makes great impacts on each and every campus within SRVUSD. I really enjoyed hearing some of their thoughts, and it was great seeing how they align with what we've been working on as a board. Additionally, I've continued meeting with some of our district committees, such as the Grade Reform Committee, as I mentioned earlier, and I also had the chance to meet with our grade superintendent last week. We've actually begun the process of getting public feedback. We've got Chris George back there, and I'd like to shout him out for his incredible work with grade reform. And conversations like these and collaborations with our community is really invaluable in ensuring that student voice and the stuff that we've been working on at board is really at the heart of our district's decisions. And I'm very excited to keep working on some of these projects as well as a couple new ones this upcoming month. So thank you.
Thank you, Travis. 10.9, Superintendent's Report.
Thank you, President Clark. I have a list of things to go over, and I know it's almost 9, so I'll try to make it quick. I do want to acknowledge one piece that came up in conversation. I want to acknowledge and appreciate all of our union leaders and the union organizations across the district. The budget cuts are difficult, and I respect and understand that our unions need to organize and to demonstrate. And as I said in my newsletter, I still firmly believe that what unites us is far greater than what divides us. One question that came up in the remarks from our Servio president that I've talked about in this room multiple times is I want to address the $7 million accounting error that was described. I think if you're watching, there has been plenty of accountability for that and corrective measures have been taken. I also want to clarify, as I did to our community and through a number of different forums, this wasn't an issue where $7 million went missing. What happened is that there was an error at the staff level, and the board relies on our information, and that's a staff issue that has been corrected. But there was an underestimated amount for how much we were paying out in salary after we gave the raise last spring. There were pockets of employees across the district that weren't properly calculated. So the $7 million didn't go missing. It didn't get spent maliciously. It wasn't lost. It was paid to employees in their paycheck for the raise that was agreed to. Now, is that an incorrect projection on the level of staff? It is. Does that impact our budget? It does. And I'm not moving away from those things. And as I've said, corrective actions have been taken. But I do think it's important to understand where the money went, because the money's not missing. It was paid to employees as was agreed to in the settlements reached in the bargaining room. And so I just want to clarify that. That doesn't make any of what lies in front of us easier. I do want to change the tone a little bit and turn towards my more traditional superintendent's report. And I want to acknowledge that I had a great experience at the GSA forum. I was so impressed by our students and our staff. The courage of the conversations were incredible. And when we talk about student voice, it was a really great example of that. Even after the forum, I had 2 students come up to me and really give me some critical feedback and pushed my thinking. And I think I pushed their thinking a little bit too. And it was a really good example of our high school students being able to communicate with adults in a way that was meaningful and important. I want to acknowledge a great BSU symposium that took place this morning. A few other things. Thank you to Stone Valley, Greenbrook, Diablo Valley Middle School, Sycamore, Cal High, and our Dell campus and REACH program. I've been able to visit all of those sites in the last few weeks, and they've been incredible. I want to also give a congratulations and shout out to our Del Amigo School, which is one of only 75 schools in the state of California recognized as a model continuation school. Congratulations to that staff and to those students. Would encourage you, as mentioned earlier, to check out the art display at the Danville Village Art Gallery, Innovate to Elevate, really great event. Want to thank the opportunity provided by the San Ramon Valley Education Foundation to speak at their endowment luncheon, Innovation and Education. That was a great experience. And thank the leadership in San Ramon program for allowing me to come and meet with them and talk about what our district does for the community, for our students, and for our staff. And most recently, I want to thank the team of district librarians for inviting me to their meeting last week. It was informative for me and a great chance to meet with those individuals and learn a lot about what they're doing. And that concludes my superintendent's report for this evening.
Thank you. Okay, so we're on to action items. 11.1, consideration of board vote for the 2025 California School Boards Association Delegate Assembly election. And that would be Trustee Hurd.
So to frame this, I think I need to tell you that Region 7A, which is the part of CSBA that we are in, A is Contra Costa, we lost one of our at-large delegates, and we lose our appointed delegate for San Ramon Valley because our ADA has dropped below 30,000. So 7A is losing 2. And so while we normally would be voting for 3 at large on a night like tonight, we only get to vote for 2. And there's actually 5 candidates on the ballot. So I would encourage us to look at representation of our different parts of Contra Costa being represented. So I think one of the candidates is from Liberty, one is from Brentwood, one is from John Sweat, one is from Lafayette, and then we have Susanna, who we're losing as unappointed, so she submitted to be an at-large. There were 2 delegates from the La Miranda area, and they have both decided not to continue as board members, so their spots are vacant. So for that reason, I would highly endorse that we support Katie Foreman from Lafayette so that that community has representation. Liberty already has a delegate who's on the other election cycle, same with John Sweat. And so that kind of comes down to, do we have Twee from Brentwood continue, or do we say go San Ramon and support Susanna? So I think we want to support Susanna too. So I would propose that we vote for our 2 delegates to be Susanna Ordway and Katie Foreman.
Okay, well, you want to make a motion to that?
That's my motion. And I guess also to represent East County, remember, they've got also an Antioch person. So East County's got 2 people.
I'll second that.
Okay,
The motion was made by Board Member Hurd and seconded by Board Member Van Zee. Roll call vote. Student Board Member Hodges?
Aye.
Board Member Bratt?
Aye.
Board Member Hurd?
Aye.
Board Member Van Zee?
Aye.
Board Member Clark?
aye.
Motion passes 4-0.
Okay, 11.2, consideration of annual resolution adoption process with new proposed resolutions. So I have some speaker cards. Do we want to hear those first?
Can we tell if they're asking about
one of them is
individual
a-
resolutions or the process?
This one is a specific resolution. The other one, Selma, did you choose, do you have a resolution you want to speak on? Which one? Okay,
I would kind of like to hear the staff report and all that, and then
Okay.
maybe take public comment.
okay. So that would be Deb Pettish, Executive Director of Curriculum and Instruction.
Good evening, President Clark, trustees, Superintendent Kamick, and members of Cabinet. Thank you so much for having me here this evening. So back in August, when we brought the resolutions forward for approval for this school year, you asked the Ed Services team to develop a process for adding new resolutions to our existing ones. So we developed and piloted a process using 4 resolutions that we're going to talk about tonight that were created by students, some of whom are in this room, and were brought forward by board members to the Ed Services team. So tonight I'm essentially here to do 3 things. We would love to get your feedback on this process that we piloted. We also are going to share feedback on the 4 resolutions that we used to pilot this process. We will share steering committee feedback on those resolutions. And then finally, we are asking you to decide whether or not you want to adopt those resolutions as is, make modifications, or maybe bring them back at a later date. So overarching goals for a really purpose of resolutions, you can see up on that slide. Again, every year we bring you a variety of resolutions. We have 26 in total that were adopted for the 24-25 school year. And these resolutions fall into one or more of these categories. So they serve to either celebrate heritage and cultural diversity, promote literacy and education, acknowledge and appreciate staff and or community, and raise health and safety awareness. So of course, all of our resolutions are linked to our strategic directions, particularly in the areas of deep learning and innovation, social emotional well-being, and equity. And then our resolutions really should serve to promote our learner profile competencies that we always talk about. So this is the pilot process that we developed and by the end of this presentation, I will have kind of made some recommendations to change this process up a little bit. So we didn't ask for submissions, of course, because we had certain resolutions from you all that students had given you. So we used those to pilot the process. We took the content of those resolutions then to our Ed Services team under the direction of Assistant Superintendent Christine Wahardo. It's really important to emphasize that we did not change the content of the resolutions at all or the intent of the resolutions during the Ed Services review. Really, we viewed ourselves as kind of the conduit, and we checked for minor things like grammar, clarity. We made sure that the resolutions were kind of worded in the way that resolutions are. So I really want to highlight that. We then took each of the resolutions to the appropriate steering committee, the one that it was most aligned with. And we used a rubric that I'll show you on the next slide to assess each of the resolutions. And then, of course, anytime we have a resolution, in order for us to be able to implement it, it has to be adopted by the board. So that was the fourth step in the process, and that's why we're here tonight. So in terms of the rubric, we used a 3-point scale, and 3 was, of course, the best score that a resolution could get. And we looked at each resolution along the lines of these 4 categories. So the extent to which they are aligned with our strategic directions, the potential impact they could have on staff and or students. We looked at sustainability, feasibility, things like cost neutral steps, potential for lasting impact, and then additive value, meaning that it's not replicating any existing resolutions. And then we asked 2 open-ended questions about potential positive impacts and potential unintended consequences, and engage the steering committee members in a discussion of those 2 questions. So in terms of our new resolutions, and again, I feel like this meeting has been such a great example of our amazing students that we have in student voice. All of these resolutions were created by our students, and I just want to thank them profusely for taking the initiative to do that. So the 4 that we'll be speaking about tonight, the first is Arab American Heritage Month, and that is typically celebrated in April. Jewish American Heritage Month, May, in support of Heroes Month, also May, and then Filipino American History Month. So if those are adopted tonight, then we could celebrate the 3 of the 4 this school year. And then in August, we would bring back all of the existing resolutions along with these 4. And then Filipino American History Month would be celebrated next year in October. So on the next several slides, I have a summary of the score or the rating. Again, it was a 3-point scale. 3 was the highest score. You can see how Arab American Heritage Month rated in all of those categories: alignment to strategic directions, impact, sustainability, and additive value. And then again, with the open-ended questions, you can see here that essentially the steering committee members, and again, I do want to emphasize that the ratings and all of these discussion topics were brought up by steering committee members. So essentially, they felt that it would enhance recognition, inclusivity, cultural awareness of Arab Americans. And there are, of course, some potential challenges in terms of possible backlash, increased tensions due to current conflicts. So the next one that I will be sharing with you is Jewish American Heritage Month, and you can see the scores. It averaged a score of overall score of 2.9 out of 3. And then the feedback here was very similar to what we got for Arab American Heritage Month, where individuals from the steering committee did feel that it would foster Jewish recognition, while also potentially addressing rising anti-Semitism. Some potential unintended consequences, increase hate or tension, again, especially with ongoing conflicts occurring around the world. The third is in support of Heroes Month, and you can see again how they scored, how this particular resolution scored according to those 4 categories, with an average overall score of 2.4. And I think what's important here that is highlighted on this particular slide is there's a component in this resolution, and all the resolutions, their content is of course in the board packet that was provided to the community on Friday. A piece of this particular resolution is the idea that we will fly 4 flags in that particular month that it's getting celebrated, 1 per week, to recognize different heroes in the community, hence the name In Support of Heroes. So our firefighters, our police officers, et cetera. So our steering committee really felt that adopting this resolution would recognize those everyday heroes and foster a sense of pride and recognition in the community. They also felt that there would be some potential unintended consequences, including the inclusion of the thin blue line flag, which has shown to be somewhat polarizing in various communities. Additionally, how you define heroes in the community and defining it to those particular groups, people thought may be an issue where they thought other groups should be recognized as well. And then would be, of course, costs associated with the flags. The last one is Filipino American History Month. You can see the overall ratings there of a 2.9 out of 3. And then the feedback here was pretty similar to the feedback we got for Arab American and Jewish American in terms of raising awareness of Filipino culture, contributions, fostering inclusivity. It is important to note that something that came up is we do already recognize AAPI, and Filipino does fall under that larger umbrella. And so some members felt it was a bit redundant. So our proposed process for future resolutions, we are proposing that students or staff can submit new resolutions, and there would be a Google form, and it would be open for about 3 weeks and would be on our website with all the accompanying information. Again, Ed Services would review it, but again, only for the basics, for the grammar, for clarity, ensure consistency with existing proposals. And then we would bring forward to the board all of the proposals, and you would choose like your top 2 that you want to see go forward to the steering committees. So you would choose 2. And then all of the steering committees would review all of the or both of the proposals in order to evaluate using the rubric that I shared earlier. And then we would bring any new proposals in August alongside existing ones. And then that is the time where we would share the input from the steering committees like I'm doing this evening. So, many things to consider, some of which are on this slide. One of the reasons why we wanted to limit it to 2 is we do have a high number of resolutions, and it really is dependent upon staff members to celebrate these resolutions, as you saw earlier this evening with the presentations on the resolutions that are occurring next month. So we are a little bit worried that the more resolutions we have, the more it potentially could get watered down. And so again, what we're asking you today is input on the process for resolutions and whether or not that's something that we want to move forward and solidify for the future. We are also looking for your guidance with regard to potentially adopting those 4 resolutions or feedback on potential changes you may want to see. So I will turn it over to all of you.
Okay, yeah, you want, go ahead.
Sorry, oh, yes. Sorry. So I agree with the idea of having like a limit each year to 2 because I think that there's there's a burden in terms of implementing it, right? And so making sure that we can kind of have an on-ramp and it's sustainable. So my question is, if someone submits one and it doesn't get chosen, will they be able to submit it the following year? Can they keep submitting it and then maybe it might rise to the top?
Absolutely. And then we
Yeah.
would just keep bringing it back in front of all of you.
Right. So it's not necessarily a yes or no in that moment. It's not limiting it at that point, but it's just acknowledging the fact that we need to do this in a way that's sustainable for
Absolutely.
everyone involved. Okay. All right, great.
And maybe something we can consider too, just as far as managing that overall number is maybe net 2. If we net addition of two. So maybe we look at a few and go, maybe these can kind of be somewhat melded together and evaluate that through the committee too.
We could, I think if if I'm understanding you correctly, trustee Van Zee, when we bring all of the proposals to you, you could potentially choose more than two. We take those to the steering committee, bring back the evaluation,
Evaluations, yeah.
and then you can determine the top two.
That's a good idea too. Yeah.
I like that, but the thing I'd like to interject is I think I'd like to add to the front end of the process. Rather than it being a very individual idea, someone writes a resolution, I think the idea of bringing an idea forward, gathering consensus about it, bringing it through, whether it's like fellow affinity groups or your leadership class or affinity groups across the district or whatever is a logical group, to kind of build consensus and make it that much stronger and look deeper at unintended consequences and things like that. So to have steps like that be part of the application, I think would make the process much stronger and kind of allow us to get to this funnel a lot easier and avoid overlap, because you'd have more groups, assumingly mostly student groups, but could be staff groups working together on an idea with the whole idea of shared leadership and building consensus.
Thank you so much. So students would, if I could clarify, would have to take it to something like the student union, get feedback and or ideally support for that particular resolution before bringing it.
And I would think the student senate would be an ideal place, but I wouldn't want to limit it to only the student senate, but just, it's kind of taking that generation citizen idea to, an additional level.
Yeah.
It's like what you do when you write a bill, right? You have to gather supporters of your
Yeah,
bill.
yeah. And maybe looking at it you need to maybe asking that there's, in that form that they fill out when they're submitting, that there's who, what committee has vetted this, who's sponsoring, those types of things, like kind of having a couple of check marks that the person or the group that's working through this process kind of has to go through prior to it coming to the next step of the steering committee of Ed Services.
Thank you. Thank you.
I think another thing to look at, we've brought this up before as a board, is maybe having a rotating schedule. I think trustee Van Zee, that was your idea at a couple meetings ago.
Right.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
If we want to maybe take another look at that, that could be a good way to manage all of these resolutions and put some more focus on them. And then I also like the idea of having a stronger front end, especially for student proposals, maybe bringing them through the student senate and maybe having like a ratification process or something. That would be a way to deal with having a lot of ideas, but making sure that, really just the best of the best is coming forward and they're getting a lot of thought before we're voting on them as a board.
Yeah. And one thing I would add to that too, I think those are all really good ideas. I think some of that process fleshes out just how I think driven the students are behind the resolution as well too. And I think one of the amazing things about all the resolutions that have been put forward tonight, at least 3 of them that I had a varying degree of touch on, was I think these are well into a year of progress with these students staying persistent, pleasantly persistent, following up with the trustees and things like that. So I mean, that is not something that you always see. But so I think all of the resolutions that have made it to here tonight have really gone through. And but I like the expanded process in the future. But I think one of those things that would add is just how serious is this resolution? How meaningful is it that you're willing to develop it? So, but I will add that to these ones tonight is they had a lot of development time.
So as far as implementation of the flags, do these all have flags attached to them or no?
No, just the
Just the
support
one?
of Heroes Month.
Okay, so going forward, is there going to be any issue about being able to facilitate that? Flying the flags and which flags and
Well,
that?
define issues. It is could be viewed as controversial. There is a cost associated with it. It would be less than $10,000 based on estimates. And there is discussion that some money could be donated in order to purchase those flags. And I also talked to Abdul Mixon today, who's in charge of facilities, and that is doable. We have like the infrastructure on the flagpole, of course, to do that. And so in that regard, from like an operational standpoint, there are not issues.
Okay, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
Is who's gonna do it and how
Mhm.
complicated is it gonna
But
be?
there would be potentially operational issues if everything became flags and you had multiple resolutions in the month of May.
Yeah.
And you don't, you want flags going all the way to the ground, right? So there's some practical elements.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, we have two comment cards. First is Selma Barani.
Hello everyone. I'd just like to speak a little bit about the Arab American Heritage Month resolution. The idea was born actually in the Social Equity Subcommittee of the Student Senate about a year ago, and I had the opportunity to write the resolution myself, and it was quite an amazing experience because I not only consulted my own knowledge, but I was able to speak with various Arab American students at my school as well as at other schools across the district, and speaking with Arab Student Union club members as well. And just to speak a little bit more, as the author of the resolution, I'm so proud to see what was once only a vision turn into somewhat of a reality. The policy is not simply a few paragraphs claiming the recognition of another Heritage Month. It is acknowledgement that Arab Americans exist. After decades of being considered Caucasian, and only in 2030 will we truly be represented by the U.S. Census. The policy stands as a signal to all Arab American students in our district that they are welcome and seen. Beyond that, the resolution encourages educators to teach about the misunderstandings and misconceptions of Arab American heritage that must be combated in order to create an inclusive and safe environment for all students. I'd like to remind the board, staff, and the community that the purpose of the resolution is to further our district's goal to celebrate, include, and highlight the backgrounds of all students, and most importantly, to foster an inclusive environment. Board members, when you consider whether or not to decide to adopt this resolution, also consider the positive impact it will have on every school's Arab Student Union, MSA, and every single Arab student in the present and future, hoping to be seen by policy that shapes their community. I'd also like to speak a little bit about the idea of celebrating the resolution. It might not be detailed a ton in the policy itself, but I believe that when a policy is put forth, you often see a student backing it or a group of students doing that. And I do believe that instead of putting the obligation on the members of staff at our school districts, that the students will absorb the obligation to recognize the various resolutions that we have at the district. And the conversation has begun at the Student Senate itself, even just yesterday, discussing all the ways in which students can recognize the resolutions and not just place the burden on the administrators. So just something else to keep in mind. And I just greatly appreciate you all being here to speak about it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Next is Austin Alberti and Zach Clark.
Hi, I'm Austin Alberti, and I'm a sophomore at San Ramon Valley High School. Today, I will be speaking on the resolution in support of Heroes Month. Heroes Month is an idea that I've been working on for a little over a year now, and the goal is to honor the heroes of America and show appreciation for the many lives that they have saved. I hold this idea close to me because I have family members in each of the groups of heroes that are highlighted in Heroes Month, including a mother who's in the medical field, cousins who are both active police officers and firefighters, more aunts and uncles who are retired police officers, and grandparents who both served in the military. I look up to these people and hope to spread awareness of the importance of these jobs in our everyday lives. Flying the flags of America's heroes in SRVUSD campuses will provide visual representation of our heroes and also provide conversation starters for students that might wish to become a member of one of these groups of heroes. Thank you for your consideration, and I hope to see my idea in action during the month of May.
Hi, I'm Zach Clark, and I'm also a sophomore at San Ramon Valley High School. The heroes who are responsible for protecting our communities and saving our lives often go underappreciated. Both of my parents were first responders. My mom is now a PA, and my dad is still a firefighter. He also served in the military. It's important that we recognize what our heroes do for us every day, and Heroes Month is a great way to give our heroes the attention they deserve. Heroes Month is important not only because it shows appreciation for the heroes of our community, it also opens a conversation about possible career paths for students. Heroes Month can give students the opportunity to learn more about our heroes and what they do. These jobs are essential, and it's important that students who may be interested are introduced to these careers. Our military, first responders like firefighters and the police, and our doctors all play a part in our communities. These heroes are important to us, so let's show our appreciation. I hope to see our heroes honored in May. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, any other comments, questions?
Oh,
I have a comment about Heroes Month, but I don't know if we want to take them one at a time or do we want to vote for all of them together?
We could vote for all of them together if that's agreeable to everybody.
yeah, and I have just a general comment
Yeah, go
about
ahead.
resolutions.
Do you want to go
general.
first with the general?
Yeah, yeah. I just wanted to kind of remind us that, the goal is to have to celebrate all of this throughout the year, right? To have, the different, for example, Black History Month, to have Black history embedded in the curriculum throughout the year, right? To have inclusive week, to have that sense of inclusiveness and that celebration of it to be throughout the year. And that these resolutions, I see these resolutions as an opportunity to highlight, uplift, and remind the community that we hold these as important values. And so when we talk about and it's a valid concern about having, kind of diluting the water with all of these resolutions. I would argue, I understand that, but I would also argue that, we work hard to be an inclusive school district, and it's important for us to to celebrate the diversity, and then it's a reminder that we can reach towards that goal of really having that diversity being embedded into our curriculum as we look at adjustments to our curriculum. So I just wanted to kind of make that statement because I think it's important. I'm excited about these resolutions. I know Jesse and I had a lot of initial conversations with some of the students, and it's great work. And I love the fact that this is student-driven resolutions, and the idea of seeing the for example, how our student senate is really having an impact. We can see that on these resolutions. We can see that in lots of different ways. But I'm just really grateful for all the work the students have done, all the work that staff has done to pilot the process as we work towards making our district more inclusive. So.
Yeah, and I totally agree. And Laura and I did get a chance to work on a lot of these together, and that was a great opportunity to, when we sat through Selma's, presentation, I learned something through Selma's presentation. I was like, this is gonna be phenomenal for our students as well. So, I mean, we truly do have some outstanding students as a part of our district. And the other thing I would say that, working with Austin and Zach on the In Support of Heroes resolution is it was amazing to see kind of a comprehensive thing too, because it really ties into career as well too, and not just a great resolution to highlight community heroes and honor them, but tying into these are potential career pathways, which is a part of our direction that we're trying to work on with the school. One thing that I'll mention, just kind of to credit to you guys, is we had discussed about, okay, we're in the middle of a budget crisis with school, and even though it's not a huge cost, there is a substantial cost to these flags. And so they, as well as kind of working in coordination with me, have already secured all the funding for these flags to be donated in order for it not to hit the district budget. Even though we've purchased flags in the past, they wanted to make sure that that was something that they got done. And so I also credit them for taking that extra initiative of reaching out to organizations and individuals to make sure that they could secure that. So good job.
So I think the Heroes resolution is a great idea. I love the tie-in with career technical education. But what I'm concerned about is the flags. I think the blue line flag has become a controversial symbol. Initially, it meant a really good thing about the brotherhood of the police and the role they play in keeping us all safe. But I reached out to the chief of police from City of San Ramon this afternoon and just wanted to pick his brain about this. And he offered that up right away. He said takes pride in being a police officer. The blue line flag used to mean this, but its meaning has shifted, and the potential unintended consequences for what that flag flying at our campuses might mean is concerning. And it's concerning to him too. So I would like to propose that maybe we could pause this resolution, not to delay it, it could still happen in May, but to relook at a different way of honoring those heroes, whether it's flying the flags of those entities locally. And I wondered about, would police fire, those entities appreciate that? And to my surprise, Chief Carlson said, yeah, that'd be great. And he really loved the idea of looking, locally. But the words that, what?
You mean like a Danville and San Ramon
San Ramon
PD
Fire Protection
flags? Okay.
or creating a flag that was built into quadrants and had all four, or just something. So I just think I know it's well-intentioned. I think we can all be excited about this, but I really don't think we want a flag that's going to potentially create harm. I remember back a few years ago when Dr. Malloy was still here, he cautioned us that don't jump in and assume what would be meaningful for a group. Ask them. And that was part of why I reached out to Chief Carlson, just to make sure I wasn't making more of the blue line flag. But the fact that he acknowledged that the symbol has changed really spoke volumes to me. So it's not to discredit the work that these students have done, because I know your intentions were, absolutely pure. I just want it to be all that it can be.
Yeah, I think it's a good point, and I think we do need to be, cautious about that. And I think we do need to be circumspect about that. I think that also too, we also have to, I mean, Laura and I talked about this a little bit as well too, is probably any flag that we hang on the pole, including the American flag, will be controversial to some. And so what do we do with that?
I do also want to add a point that like sometimes symbols can be misused, right? But that doesn't necessarily change their meaning.
Yeah.
And I think that, sometimes you're going to have a fringe group who tries to misuse something and make it into something it's not. I know that this is in reference to some of the events that happened in 2020, and some groups kind of made it a counter to a different movement. But that really, I mean, just because a very, very fringe minority of political views decided to do this does not necessarily change the meaning of the entire thing. A good example of this is, at least in our district, is we don't really abandon symbols simply because someone else has tried to repurpose them. There's a lot of people who have been anti-LGBTQ, and yet we fly our flag proudly every single June. I don't think that we should let the loudest minority or the loudest people who yell the loudest take away from a group that really goes invisible. I mean, I think the reason why these flags are so important is because they're visible. That's why we're doing it. We're providing visibility to a group that often goes unseen. And it is so important. I mean, I'm from a military household. The recognition is really important because oftentimes these groups go unseen. I can definitely sympathize with or understand some of your experiences that you've had within your families. So for me, I think this is a must do.
And actually, to your point, Travis, that's very well said. It gives us a chance as a district to frame the positive aspects of that, so that it's not, doesn't go into the diminished aspect as well too. And it gives us a chance to, I think, really frame that positively and in celebration of the positive and not the negative.
I see what you're saying, Travis, because the pride flag is controversial in a lot of different ways to a lot of different people. And I agree that that we want to honor them and that the resolution is really good. I understand what you're saying about that it has been used in a way at different times that was negative, but I don't know if that's a reason for us not to fly it at this point, if we're going to adopt this resolution.
May is also Mental Health Month.
How is what would be the difference in value of flying the local, to Rachel's point, the local police and fire I guess, flags versus the blue line and the red line.
Well,
Like
I think
how-
they don't have the negative connotation in any way that I know of.
Right. So, but so why
Line
would
flag.
that be a solution that might, provide the
And I don't want to leave out the other parts of the resolution. There's the part honoring veterans and the part honoring, when you said Red Cross, I'm assuming you were talking about.
First responders.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
There's big focus of the month of September is first responders with 9/11. There's Veterans Day in November. I mean, there's a lot of pieces to it. I like the idea that this is combined as heroes, but I just think it would behoove us to check in with the police, the fire, the local police, fire, and Danville police, which is through the sheriff, and just get their input.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And
That's
yeah,
fair. That's
yeah,
a good
yeah.
idea.
And I would also argue when I argue, I mean, I think their opinion should kind of, be the starting point, but the idea of honoring our local police and our local firefighters, we have amazing partnerships with them. And so I don't think that using those flags as opposed to the blue line and the red line flags creates any less value in it. I think in some ways it actually heightens the value because it kind of shines a light on the fact that we are partners with them and
I
we
agree,
support
and they're
them.
representative of the larger group, right? I mean, that's who they are. So do we want to go ahead and adopt this? Or just wait until we bring it back in either the next meeting or in?
I would suggest one thought would be to uncouple it a little bit. So adopt the three and then ask for a little bit more information around honoring what the people who we're honoring would want to see in the flags. And then bring it back in March. I think that still I think that still gives us the May deadline in terms of allowing it to go through. That would be.
And one thing that I would say is that these young gentlemen need to be a part of that conversation.
Absolutely, absolutely.
It should not be conversations that we're having that don't include them, because they have spent a lot of time working on these resolutions, and I think getting their feedback too on, are we honoring San Ramon PD and Danville PD, or are we really trying to honor police in general? Because that would be a substantial difference of, are we honoring local police? Are we actually trying to honor the profession of police? And I totally respect Denton Carlson's opinion. He's a tremendous police chief. And I'm sure that there's a variety of, because I know police officers fly the blue line flag proudly. And they're fine police officers. So, I mean, I get that there can be some controversy behind that. So I think that needs to be a part of the conversation. I do think to honor these gentlemen too is it. When is our March meeting? It's sooner rather than later,
Yeah, it
right?
is.
Yeah, it's kind of early March. Especially with them working on donating and procuring these flags and getting them distributed, and then creating at least some sort of work that can be delivered in a packet by April. I just think that we need to make sure that it's still on there next month, or we vote yes, but pending flag discussion that we vote on later.
We could adopt the resolution and just uncouple the flag from the
Well,
conversation.
to adopt the resolution, I think we'd have to take out that part of the resolution.
Right.
Maybe we could adopt the resolutions, and then next month we could decide if we want to edit or change the flag portion. Is that something we could do? And then we could have the language typed up.
My recommendation, and I apologize, I think I understand the spirit of what we're trying to do is to move forward with the three resolutions and bring the flag discussion back. But I would advise the board that if we adopt a resolution tonight, it's adopted as written. So I think there is an option where the board could adopt the resolution absent that paragraph, with the acknowledgement in the notes that it will come back for further discussion, but we're really then adopting it, revising it, and then re-adopting it at the next meeting. As a resolution is written, I think we have to consider we're either adopting it as presented We retain the option to revise it in the moment, and we can always revise it in the future. But each time we take action on it, it's adopted as written or as revised in that meeting. So the option would be modify it tonight to follow the spirit of the conversation. The other option would be to approve the two others, the three others, sorry, to acknowledge that there is a spirit of agreement behind the resolution, but a desire to clarify how we implement the flag component of this and bring it back at the March 18th meeting.
That makes more sense to me. Let's adopt the three and then we can investigate. We'll bring it back in March and we can put it on the agenda again and either choose to modify it or change it.
Or keep it.
So a motion could be, I move to adopt the Arab American Heritage Resolution, the Jewish American Heritage Resolution, and the Filipino American History Month Resolution. I think I left a month out of the other two. And to bring the support for heroes back for further discussion at our March meeting after discussions with our local heroes as represented in the motion, in the resolution.
Yes.
And we
So
can.
could someone second?
I'll second that.
The motion was made by Board Member Hurd and seconded by Board Member Bratt. Roll call vote. Student Board Member Hodges.
Aye.
Board Member Bratt.
Aye.
Board Member Hurd.
Aye.
Board Member Van Zee.
Are you guys okay with this? Okay. Aye.
And Board Member Clark.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0.
And I appreciate the conversation. I know that's I think it's a great conversation for the board to have. It does become a challenge in terms of the resolution as written, and we will work to capture in the notes the request from from Trustee Van Zee, I think agreed upon by the board, that the student authors of the resolution be included in those conversations as well.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, we're to 11.3, public hearing for the initial proposal for labor negotiations from the San Ramon Valley Education Association to the San Ramon Valley Unified School District for the 24-25 school year. Assistant Superintendent Melanie Jones.
Thank you, Trustee Clark. The purpose of this public hearing is to provide the public an opportunity to make and provide public comment on SRVUSD's initial proposal to the district for annual reopener negotiations for the 24-25 school year.
Okay, so I will gavel into the public hearing. Are there any public comments about 11.3? Okay, I will gavel out and we will move on to 11.4. Consideration of acceptance of the initial proposal for labor negotiations from the San Ramon Valley Education Association to the San Ramon Valley Unified School District for the 24-25 school year.
Again, thank you, Trustee Clark. This agenda item is the actual initial proposal from SRVUSD to the district for annual reopener negotiations, which includes 2 articles. Article 4 on non-discrimination and Article 16 leaves.
Okay, so any questions or comments? So may I have a motion to adopt item 11.4?
I move to adopt item 11.4. SRVUSD initial proposal for annual reopener negotiations.
I'll second.
Motion was made by Board Member Hurd and seconded by Board Member Bratt. Roll call vote. Student Board Member Hodges.
Aye.
Board Member Bratt.
Aye.
Board Member Hurd.
Aye.
Board Member Van Zee.
Aye.
Board Member Clark.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0.
Okay, we're to 11.5, consideration of adoption of resolution number 62/2425, discontinuance of classified employees due to a lack of work and or funds. Assistant Superintendent Melanie Jones.
Thank you again, President Clark. Regrettably, the district has identified the need to reduce or eliminate classified positions due to the lack of work or lack of funds. This resolution identifies specific positions affected by the layoff or reduction. The district, CSEA, and SEIU have negotiated, reached tentative agreement on the reductions or eliminations and the impacts of this layoff. The ratification process for the TAs are underway.
Upon full implementation, this action will reduce the unrestricted general fund expenditures of classified services by approximately $4.4 million. Additionally, this action will reduce categorical and external fund expenditures on classified services by approximately $375,000.
Okay, any questions? Okay, I do have some comment cards.
I had a quick,
Sure,
just a
go
quick, just
ahead.
kind of a clarifying, kind of more of an educational kind of question. Can you explain that May 15th deadline versus or the March 15th deadline for pink slips versus how does this work in terms of actual layoffs timing wise?
Yes, so okay. So the March 15th deadline is a statutory deadline that the district is required to provide preliminary notices to any classified employees who may be impacted by the reductions or eliminations of classified services. The district will continue to work through the process, and final notices will go to affected employees by May 15th. So in the event there are opportunities to rescind layoff notices, we have until the May 15th deadline to do that. Does that answer your question?
Yes, yeah, thank you.
Okay, so Stephanie Matkins. And after her is James Smithwick. Are they not here? Okay, well, you had, oh, that's fine. I'll move yours to 11.6, no problem. James Smithwick. And after him, Michael Stiglick.
I just want to say that I turn around and 100% support our librarians in their endeavors to remain employed, and will maintain my comments until next month. And if the board should wish to learn to save a lot more money in this school district, ask me. Thank you.
Well, I don't know if you guys all know me. My name is Michael Steglick. I'm on from the AV team. I want to thank the board and the district staff for hearing me over these last few months and listening to all the stuff that I had to say. I would like to thank the union and the staff for supporting and believing in the AV team. I would like to point out that we directly support the students, teachers, staff, in the district. We provide equity and inclusion, safety, and savings. Since we're here all about the students and saving money, if there's any sites that want to save money, call your AV maintenance team. These do not include the security cameras, marquees, and most classrooms. We have security cameras by outside contractors that half of them need to be reevaluated, moved, or refocused. This is a big waste of money. Anytime you have to contract out for the students lose and the district loses big. Here are a few examples of how the AV saves the district money. So this was just recently given to me. This was 2 classrooms, and I'm not going to go into where it's at and all that. But basically, for 2 classrooms for an AV install, came to $18,760. Of that, do you know how much was labor? Anybody want to guess a percentage? 75% was labor. So that comes to $14,200 of that contracted out that you're going to save money by getting rid of the AV team. And $4,560 was parts. What I'm trying to tell you is that you can get rid of the AV team, but it's going to cost you tremendously. I can go to other outside contracted examples that I had recently been aware of. And let me see if I can get that for you, just so you have an idea of what the numbers we're talking about. Sorry, wrong one. Unfortunately, I wasn't as prepared as I normally am, so here it is. So these are just some of the examples that we go through. So here's an NPR. It's contracted out for about $30,000. Of that, how much do you think? I'm not sure how much of his labor, but I'd have to say probably at least 25, 30%. Here's another one for 13,000. Here's another NPR for 18,000. Here's which one was this one? Oh, here's classroom installs that we were not actually going to be included in, $58,000. So when you get rid of the AV team, especially if you only have one AV person, you need at least two to actually do the job successfully. So I wish you would reconsider of eliminating the AV team because we can save you a lot of money. We're here for the students. We're here for the district. We're here for the teachers. We're here because we care. That's why we're here talking. It's not because I want, I will have a job after this, but I'm here for the students and I know how much it's going to cost them money. And if you do get rid of us, it's going to be really hard to get it back, especially with the experience that we have. Thank you very much.
Okay, if there's no further conversation, may I have a motion to approve 11.5?
I'll make a motion to approve 11.5. Consideration of adoption of resolution. I got to put my glasses on. 62, 24, 25.
A second.
The motion was made by Board Member Bratton, seconded by Board Member Hurd. Roll call vote, Student Board Member Hodges.
Aye.
Board Member Bratt.
Aye.
Board Member Hurd.
Aye.
Board Member Van Zee.
Aye.
Board Member Clark.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0.
Okay, 11.6, consideration of adoption of resolution number 63/2425. Resolution to decrease the number of certificated employees due to a reduction or elimination of particular kinds of services. Again, our Assistant Superintendent Melanie Jones.
Thank you, President Clark. Again, regrettably, the district has identified the need to reduce and or eliminate particular kinds of service, decreasing the number of certificated positions at the end of the 24-25 school year. Upon full implementation, this action will reduce the unrestricted general fund expenditures as well as categorical fund expenditures by approximately $13.7 million.
We do have a revised copy of the item here in front of us. Are there any questions? Because I have some comment cards.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify with the shift that the original list had listed 5 social workers and that it's only 4 social workers. And I just wanted to point out that, both with classified and certificated, this list is actual people. And so when that oversight, a mistake that just happened, but it affected, that 5th social worker that was like, wait, now I don't have a job. I thought I had a job too, I had a job. And so just being mindful of, I think we all need to be mindful that, these lists are people and to do what we can to support the horrors that we're all going through right now. So.
Anybody else? Anything else? Okay, so we'll start with the comment cards. First up is Julie Gilbert. After her is Cynthia Ortega Barpuza. Oh, yeah. Okay, so we're getting close to the 10 o'clock hour. So I'm going to need a motion to extend time.
I'll make a motion to extend time. How many cards do we have?
You better go to 11.
11, extend time to 11 p.m.
Second.
The motion was made by Board Member Bratton, seconded by Board Member Van Zee. Roll call vote, Student Board Member Hodges.
Aye.
Board Member Bratt.
Aye.
Board Member Hurd.
Aye.
Board Member Van Zee.
Aye.
Board Member Clark.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0.
Hi, my name is Julie Gilbert. I am a Spanish teacher at Iron Horse Middle School. Thank you for your time and being here tonight. I also teach wheel in for 6th graders, and I taught for 15 years at Cal High, and for 5 years. This is my 26th year of teaching. These budget cuts are devastating. Right now, I have 185 students. It's very stressful. I try to do the best I can. I love my students, but this is hurtful. These cuts are hurtful for students. They're hurtful for their mental health. Our kids need their mental health programs. They need the wellness center. They need their counselors. And when you are making these cuts, is going to put the burden on the teachers. We're not counselors. We're not therapists. It's too much. We already have huge class sizes. And I ask that you look at alternatives because I do love this job, but it's a lot. It's a lot on our plates right now as teachers. And kids have a lot of needs. We went through COVID. They have a lot of different needs, and we need all those supports in place. And we're humans. We're humans that have our own lives and everything, and we give so much to our kids and to each other, to the school community. But we need all those things. We need our teachers. We need our librarians, and we cannot put more students in our classroom. It's unsafe. It's unsafe. I know colleagues that have had injuries by, there was injuries from students in their classroom. They got injured because they have huge class sizes. Now, I just want you to pause for a minute. And for me, if you're talking about increased class sizes, that's over 200 kids. That means more emails, more parent contacts, more time, less time that we have with our kids. There has to be other alternatives for this. This is not sustainable for teachers, for students. We need a healthy environment for our kids. We need them to feel safe when they come to school. And all these things that these presentations that were tonight, these amazing leaders, the bigger our class sizes get, that's less, it's not effective teaching. And we want good quality education. I love my students. I love coming to school every day. But as the class sizes are currently, it's already too big. So putting increased classes, I just can't imagine what that's going to feel like. So I appreciate your time. I really want, I just want our voices to be heard. And I'm really sad for our educators and our librarians and people that are getting pink slips soon. I stand on behalf of them and all the people that may get cuts, and I hope that there's other ways than besides this.
Thanks. After Cynthia is Jesse Bailey.
Hello, my name is Cynthia Artiga Falpusa. I'm going to just give you a little background on who I am as an educator, give you a little bit of my thoughts on what's going on right now, and to really emphasize how we educators all have skin in the game. So hello, my name is Cynthia Artiga. I'm currently in my 3rd year at Cal High, but I've been an educator for close to 25 years. I began teaching at the age of 24 in San Francisco, and I've worked as an ELD teacher, ELD coordinator, and all levels of English and ELA from grades 5 through 12. My why for being in education began as wanting to help shape students who would be teachers and doctors and lawyers for my own children. What I realized is that ultimately it's about helping all students achieve. My children are now in their 20s, but my commitment to education still remains the same and continues to be my why I teach. Ironically, I am one of the 10 teachers that is on your list tonight. Why is this ironic, you ask? Well, I would actually be tenured this year with my hiring cohort, but I was diagnosed with metastatic breast cancer my first year at Cal. So I ended up with the last 2 years not meeting the 75% attendance because, well, cancer. But to be honest, what I am actually more concerned about than my own position is actually the cuts to my colleagues that provide mental health services to our students and especially to our high school librarians. These educators are instrumental to what we do in the classroom. We all know that if students' social emotional well-being is addressed, if it is not addressed, learning cannot happen. Furthermore, research is showing we are facing increased anxiety in our students. We are dealing with collective trauma as a result of COVID-19, not to mention that we are facing issues with literacy and numeracy as a nation. So making these cuts will actually make closing the learning gap much more challenging. The proposed cuts hurt students.
I ask that you direct the superintendent to accept the Servia solutions and to negotiate in good faith. In the words of Paulo Freire, leaders who do not act dialogically but insist on imposing their decisions do not organize the people, they manipulate them. They do not liberate, nor are they liberated. They oppress. Thank you.
After Jesse is Laurel Burns.
Good evening. My name is Jessie Bailey, and I'm a teacher librarian at California High School. Our work is central to our campus. It includes providing safe spaces for students. It includes delivering training and professional development for our colleagues, even when the district is no longer able to sustain funding. It includes being on the forefront of academic innovation and sharing that work with our staff. The library is truly the hub of our schools. If you need it done or found or created, we can do it. Cal is a campus of close to 3,000 students and staff. If the proposed cuts go through, our teacher librarian staffing ratio will be cut in half, and it will be nearly impossible to maintain these services. Our hours of operation will be limited. So with the programs we offer, those that connect students in our huge campus community to each other, the number of classes we're able to teach and the literacy support we're able to provide would be vastly limited. All the visible and invisible ways we advocate for our students would be severely impacted. Our job is impossible without the relationships we've built. We've been asked to re-envision what librarianship looks like after these cuts have gone through, and all I can envision is how hard it will be to sustain those relationships and the work we've done to create a comprehensive library program at Cal High with only 50% of our teaching staff. What our school has come to rely on will simply be impossible to maintain. Our services will be used less and less, and everything we've worked so hard to build will be impossible to rebuild. I believe that management has the capacity to make concessions that will keep the cuts away from our students. Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Laurel Burns, and I am a teacher librarian. I am one of the over 100 certificated teachers facing potential layoff due to the current budget crisis. And tonight, I'm here to remind you of the value that a fully staffed library brings to a school community. Unfortunately, I've spent the majority of my career having to advocate for my profession. I quickly learned that when cuts are necessary, teacher librarians are usually on the list. I've seen other districts whittle away their library programs until there's nothing left, and I don't want that to happen in San Ramon. The proposed elimination of the 2 high school teacher librarian positions threatens the ability of the library staffs at DVHS and Cal to properly serve their student bodies. Ironically, these 2 positions involve professionals who engage with every student on their campuses. If we are evaluating positions based on impact and value, teacher librarians rank among the most effective and efficient investments for your district. In our current scenario, DVHS and Cal High will each be left with 1 teacher librarian. While this might appear manageable from an administrative or board perspective, the true impact is being grossly underestimated. A single librarian cannot effectively meet the needs of over 3,000 students. Reducing staffing will inevitably lead to diminished services, fewer hours, less instruction, reduced collaboration, and a decrease in programs. These cuts will hurt our students. Eliminating positions means eliminating vital services. And I don't think we should be okay with this. I urge you to consider the lasting consequences that the cuts will have on our high school library programs. Thank you.
Next is Sarah Kahn, and after her is Stephanie Matkins. Stephanie still here?
Good evening. My name is Stephanie Matkins, and I'm a 3rd grade teacher at Walt Disney Elementary School, where my daughter is also a 1st grader and my son is about to start TK. I want to offer a perspective that you may not have heard or thought about. I'm asking you to go back to the drawing board and think outside of the box for our students. I don't know if you've thought about when a third grader promotes to fourth grade. They're not adding 1 or 2 students to their classroom. You are asking them to add 7 students, from 26 to 33 in their classroom for years to come. That is about 27% more children in the upper grade classrooms. 7 more students their teacher has to support. 7 more kids they have to share with their teacher. 33 students who will no longer have a counselor to support the students in their classroom, or any elementary classroom for that matter. Everyone keeps saying it's 1 or 2 more for the teachers, but this is about our kids. We need to protect our kids, and increasing every third grader's classroom by 7 students in that transition to fourth grade is detrimental to their social, emotional well-being and academic achievement. We need to protect our students by maintaining elementary class sizes and counselors. They are only little for so long. Serbia has proposed solutions that could help keep cuts away from the classroom. We must protect our kids. Thank you.
Okay, that concludes the public comment portion.
If I may, President Clark, I just want to make one clarifying point. One, thank you to those who came to give public comment. It's not my intention to argue with the comments that were made, but I do want to make one clarifying point because I did receive a number of emails over the last 24 to 48 hours insinuating that we were cutting librarians across the district. I don't want to minimize the impact of the proposed reductions to the 2 librarians from Cal and Doherty Valley High School. That's not my intention in these remarks. But I do want to clarify for our community that in the proposed reduction, there is the proposal to eliminate a librarian from Doherty Valley High School and a librarian from Cal High School because in prior years, they received an additional full-time librarian due to their size. And if implemented, our middle schools and high schools would still retain a full-time teacher librarian, 1 per site. And I just want to clarify that because I did get a lot of emails suggesting we were cutting librarians in total.
Okay, so may I have a motion to approve 11.6?
I move approval to approve item 11.6 and the PKS that affects our certificated members.
I'll second.
The motion was made by Board Member Hurd and seconded by Board Member Van Zee. Roll call vote, Student Board Member Hodges.
Aye.
Board Member Bratt.
Aye.
Board Member Hurd.
Aye.
Board Member Van Zee.
Aye.
Board Member Clark.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0.
.7, consideration of approval of new positions, new position descriptions, Assistant Superintendent Melanie Jones.
Thank you, President Clark. We're bringing forward recommendations for the approval of 2 sets of job descriptions this evening. The first within the Child Nutrition Department. The first job description is for a new position to the CSEA bargaining unit for a child nutrition training technician. The second is an existing position with revisions that were brought forward in the reclassification process earlier this year to the child nutrition kitchen manager at the high school level. These job descriptions are in support of the operational efficiency to the child nutrition department, the district and CSEA. And I just want to emphasize that these positions do not impact the general fund. The next set of job descriptions are in the Educational Services Department. The following job descriptions have been revised in alignment with the approved budget reduction plan. The district is not adding any new management positions, rather, with the elimination of the 3 coordinator positions in the Ed Services Department, the duties and responsibilities of the remaining 3 coordinator positions have been restructured to provide a more specialized focus in key instructional areas. Those are a general coordinator of educational services, coordinator of English language arts, and a coordinator of math. Aligned with the district's budget reduction plan, we are eliminating 3 coordinator positions, resulting in a cost savings of $682,000. The annual cost for the 3 remaining coordinator positions is $682,000, including statutory costs. There is no additional cost to the district in restructuring these existing roles rather than the addition of new management positions.
I move approval of all 5 of these positions. Job descriptions of these positions.
I second that.
Motion was made by Board Member Hurd and seconded by Board Member Van Zee. Roll call vote. Student Board Member Hodges.
Aye.
Board Member Bratt.
Aye.
Board Member Hurd.
Aye.
Board Member Van Zee.
Aye.
Board Member Clark.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0.
Okay, we're on to 11.8, consideration of acceptance of the independent financial audit of the building fund for the general obligation bond Measure D election of 2012 for the 23-24 fiscal year ending June 30th, 2024. Assistant Superintendent, Mr. Hillman.
Thank you, President Clark. In accordance with Education Code Section 41020, the district has contracted with Crow LLP, an accountancy corporation licensed by the State Board of Accountancy, for an audit of the building fund for the general obligation bond Measure D election of 2012. The audit report has been filed with the County Superintendent of Schools, the State Department of Education, and the Office of the State Controller. Copies of the audit were distributed to board members only. Interested parties may view the report on our website under Business Services or may obtain a copy of the audit from the Office of the Assistant Superintendent Business Ops here at the district office, 699 Old Orchard Drive. For just a little extra detail, this Measure D audit is for the 23-24 reporting period that ended June 30th, 2024. It has 2 components, a performance audit and a financial audit. The performance audit is a compliance check to ensure that all California state facilities procedures were followed, including public contract code, but most specifically Prop 39 oversight and bond measure language as approved by our voters here in San Ramon Valley Unified School District in 2012. The audit found that all of our funds that were gained from the bond measure were expended on approved projects. The auditor's report was presented to and accepted by the Facilities Oversight and Advisory Committee on January 28th. The second portion of the audit is a financial audit, and the financial audit had no findings. So at this point, I turn it back to the trustees for any questions or comments, and staff recommends approval of the audit. Thank you.
Any questions? So can I get a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the audit for Measure D funds.
I'll second that.
Motion was made by Board Member Bratt and seconded by Board Member Van Zee. Roll call vote. Student Board Member Hodges.
Aye.
Board Member Bratt.
Aye.
Board Member Hurd.
Aye.
Board Member Van Zee.
Aye.
Board Member Clark.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0.
11.9, consideration of acceptance of the Measure D Facilities Oversight and Advisory Committee Annual Report, June 30, 2024. Back to you, Mr. Hillman.
Thank you. At this moment, I'd like to call down the FOAC Chair, Kyle Levy, who is going to present the Facility Oversight Advisory Committee's annual report to the trustees, and then we'll take some questions at the end. Thank you.
Sorry to keep you up so late.
No, it's all right. It's all part of the job. Good evening, board. Good evening, Superintendent Kamick and staff. My name is Kyle Levy, and I am the current chair of the Measure D Facilities Oversight and Advisory Committee. And I'm here tonight to present you our annual report for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2024. In the interest of time, I'm going to be very succinct about this. So essentially, the existence of the FOAC is a legal requirement from Proposition 39, which requires the committee to have at least 7 members and meet at least 4 times per year. And the committee is required to issue a report to the public at least once a year, which is right now. The current members of the committee, I do want to take a moment to say their names just for the record to acknowledge their contributions and the time they provide. In addition to myself, are Jane Joyce, who is our vice chair, Bridget Pelly, Anthony Romanelli, Betty Felton, Madeline Seraphin, and Angie Toussaint Billingsley, who were all part of the committee during the fiscal year in question. The quick overview of Measure D, as Assistant Superintendent Hillman said, it was passed in 2012 by the voters. It authorized $260 million in bond funds to be used for the construction, reconstruction, rehabilitation, or replacement of school facilities. As of June 2019, all of those bonds were issued. The bonds did generate additional interest income revenue over the life of this bond to provide a little bit of additional revenue. So even though 260 million in bonds was what was authorized, ultimately $264 million in revenues were actually generated. And the more detailed information about that is available on the district's website. Auditing and reporting, you just accepted the audit for the last year. It's annually audited. So there's just information there from the previous fiscal year and this one. No irregularities. The FOAC reviewed both of those and had no concerns, and there were no concerns identified. All those annual audit reports are available on the fiscal accountability section of the district's website. For this past fiscal year, the FOAC focused on a couple of things to kind of use up the remaining bond funds. For elementary schools, the focus was on playground replacements and continued structural and function improvements, including fencing and walkways. For middle schools, full completion of the Stone Valley building was the big thing, along with more fencing and walkway upgrades. And then for high schools, the big ticket there was the replacement of the Cal High press box and bleachers, which you'll see in a second. This is just a quick financial summary that we make as part of this report. These are not the figures from this past fiscal year specifically. This is a cumulative total from the beginning of the bond in 2012. So we separate out by elementary schools. Those numbers are in millions, and only campuses with significant impact from Measure D expenditures are included in that table. Same with middle schools, and same with high schools. Again, all cumulative numbers, not just from the past fiscal year. For Cal High, the big project was again the renovation of the press box and bleachers. I actually went to Cal High, and 20 years ago when I was there, the bleachers were the wooden and aluminum design, which was not in the best of shape, and 20 years of age did not help it. So this was long overdue. And the press box right now is state of the art. It's much better. Facilities are look wonderful, and the district did a great job with that. The quick takeaway, the committee believes that the bond funds have been expended for purposes consistent with Measure D. Projects have proceeded as intended, and any issues or opportunities for the committee to comment were presented in a timely manner before action was taken. Explanations for any changes were proactively provided by district staff, and communication with district staff, and particularly our board liaisons, continues to be very open and timely, and the committee is very appreciative of all of the district's efforts on that front. And then for this current fiscal year that we're in right now, the FOAC's areas of focus are just assessing program progress against the overall Measure D plans and overall review of success in Measure D, including drafting a Measure D FOAC final report. Because in terms of the timely use of the remaining final funds, I believe the last unassigned fund balance I saw at the meeting last month was about 1.6 million. So we're getting near the end, and the committee felt it was important that the FOAC, this year's FOAC, issue a kind of overall final report over the whole history of Measure D to kind of emphasize the projects that were completed, how the money was spent, and to just really tell that story for the community, because I think Measure D has been a real success story, and we want to make sure that that's committed to the record. We also want to continue to partner with the board and district to identify advisory projects and discuss potential roles for a FOAC in an upcoming facilities master plan or future bond measure. And that concludes the presentation, if there are any questions.
I'll just make a comment. Susanna and I sit on as liaisons to FOAC, and Kyle, you and the entire team always do a phenomenal job. As you can see how Kyle just delivered his report here, this is what the meetings are like, but they are so sharply focused on, like you said, we're down to the last little bit of money on this, and the intensity and focus and thoughtfulness on every single dollar spent has not changed from the beginning to the end. And I think it is a very, I wish that even our community could see, and I'm excited about the final report for that purpose, that the oversight on this committee has been phenomenal. Community members from all varying walks of life and ideas coming together to really make sure that these public dollars go to the public good. And you guys have done a phenomenal job in your public service, and I thank you for that.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I just want to say as a Cal parent that the athletes and the families and the students are all super excited about the new press box. So there was a training tonight actually for the lacrosse parents, but I couldn't be there because I'm here.
The Oversight Committee for FOAC has a long history of being excellent, and was a vice chair for 3 years, and the individuals that were on that committee with me were exactly how you described. It's amazing the job that you do. So I want to thank you, and please extend my thanks to the rest of the committee for your service. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
A motion to approve the committee report.
Jesse, do you want to make it since you're?
Sure, I move that we approve the committee report.
I'll second.
The motion was made by Board Member Van Zee and seconded by Board Member Bratt. Roll call vote, Student Board Member Hodges.
Aye.
Board Member Bratt.
Aye.
Board Member Hurd.
Aye.
Board Member Van Zee.
Aye.
Board Member Clark.
Aye.
The motion passes 4-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kyle.
11.10, last but not least, no. Consideration of acceptance of the 2024 Parcel Tax Oversight Committee report.
Okay, thank you. I will go ahead and call down our chair, Elton Wong, who's going to go ahead and provide the report, and I'll give a brief introduction and read the cover sheet here. We have our summary of the parcel tax. In May 2015, community members within SRVUSD voted to approve the local education funding renewal measure, thereby extending the annual parcel tax assessment of $144 per parcel for an additional 9 years. This local funding generated approximately $6.9 million in net revenue per fiscal year. The Board of Education, pursuant to the voter initiative, appointed an independent community oversight committee known as a Parcel Tax Oversight Committee, PTOC. The purpose of the PTOC is to provide oversight to ensure the funds are used to support the programs and services identified in the ballot measure. PTOC will review the expenditures of the funds by the district and will report on an annual basis to the board and community. I'll go ahead and turn it over at this point over to our chair, Elton Wong, who's going to go through the slides and introduce the rest of the committee members. Off to you.
Right. Hello, everyone. My name is Elton Wong. I'm the chairperson for the Parcel Tax Oversight Committee this year. Just a quick introduction. I'm a father of 2 children that attend school in the district. Right, let's get to the Parcel Tax Committee members, myself, the chairperson. There's Paul Gardner, Katie, Ashish, Robert. I can watch some of his for Ardira, Thomas, Nicole, Bumil, Hopri, Dan, and support from Daniel, Shelley, and Laura. So thank you very much for that continued support. Why do we need a parcel tax? Well, Prop 98 does guarantee funds for schools, but again, based on economic conditions, it fluctuates. Local parcel taxes such as Measure A, Measure Q, which is approved by, across the state for districts, help support to protect core programs and additional education opportunities in the district. Just a little bit of history of the parcel tax for this district. Obviously, Measure A first started in 2004. Obviously, Measure Q just passed, extended for another 9 years. And just for 2023 to 2024, falls under Measure A. And as Daniel mentioned earlier, generated approximately $6.9 million. Just some content, some language around Measure A about how we can spend the funds authorized to fund which programs and how we are not to spend them. Specifically, core academic programs, academic placement courses, ongoing teacher training and development, as well as career and technical training programs. And parcel tax funds will not be used to pay for administrator salaries. Measure A does specify that there is an oversight committee, and some of the responsibilities are to provide oversight for the school board on the expenditures funded by the parcel tax, ensuring that the funds are spent for the purpose approved by the voters. And also, why we're here today, obviously to provide a report to the board on how the funds were spent. Just an overview of the process. Committee members review financial reports for 2023, 2024, detailing partial taxes received and expenditures made in accordance with voter authorization, state accounting procedures. I'm just going to read it kind of through, but provide resource accounting codes, track revenue and expenditures associated with those revenues. The district financial system provided documentation for every deposit and expenditure made through the fiscal year in accordance with state accounting procedures. And reviewed financial reports and associated analytics provided by the business department. In addition, some reconciliations. We did get some information from the county tax collector and treasurer to account for any adjustments, any exemptions, homeowner exemptions, to ensure that the amount received by the district aligns with the amount that was budgeted and spent for 2023 and 2024 fiscal year. Additional reconciliation from the Office of the Auditor and Controller of Contra Costa, obviously to reduce the collection fees charged per parcel by the county and any refunds issued, and that amount was $41,559. And this is just a table that shows how the funds were spent across each, across elementary school, middle school, high school. One thing I want to highlight is the original projection was to fund 52.76 FTE of classroom teachers. But as a result of the salary increase that went in effect in July of 2023, unfortunately, the parcel tax revenue only funded 42.56 FTE of classroom teachers. So that's accounted for here in this table. As you can see, there's breakdown of elementary, middle school, high school, the FTE, as well as the actual $6.9 million spent. Any conclusion? The Parcel Tax Oversight Committee's analysis of the district's 2023-2024 actual report, we conclude that the parcel funds were spent with the purpose of the Measure A tax measure for the fiscal year of 2023-24, and that no administrative salaries were funded with these revenues.
Okay, any questions?
I'll say thank you. And thank you to our community and everybody who got Measure Q passed so that we can keep this on, because everything we're going
Keep
through
doing this.
right now would have been so much worse.
Well, thank you for your service, and please extend my thanks to the rest of the committee. I sat on the committee for quite a few years, and it's very familiar, but you did a great job because you've added to it and you gave a lot more information, so I appreciate that. So can I get a motion to adopt the Parcel Tax Oversight Committee report?
I'll make a motion to adopt the parcel tax oversight report, and thank you for your report and for all the committee's work.
And I'll second and thank you as well.
Motion was made by Board Member Bratton, seconded by Board Member Hurd. Roll call vote, Student Board Member Hodges.
Aye.
Board Member Bratt.
Aye.
Board Member Hurd.
Aye.
Board Member Van Zee.
Aye.
Board Member Clark.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0.
Okay. Thank you. We're on to informational items. 12.1, first reading of revisions to board policies and administrative regulations. So that would be Superintendent Kamick and Christine Huardo.
Thank you very much. These are here for your first reading. As you've seen in recent months, we've been working very hard to update our policies with the CSBA updated recommendations, as well as changes in the ed code or law. So you'll see a number of these revisions here tonight for your review. They're here for a first read, and we'll come back to you again for a second read and approval. We'd be happy to answer any questions.
And I did want to note, Superintendent Kamick, we are pulling BP 6145 under instruction for extracurricular and co-curricular activities. We do have an additional AR that we have to revise both of them annually at the same time. So we're going to bring those both forward together for you in March.
That was 6145.
Yes. Okay. Extracurricular and co-curricular activities.
I have some feedback. I did go through it with Christine and Deb earlier today, but the ones that we decided that were worth bringing up, I would bring up for for everyone. In the tobacco BP, the revision lines out that we would be doing the Healthy Kids Survey annually, changes it to biannually. And upon conversation with Deb and Christine, the intent is that we would keep doing it annually, but the requirement is biannually. And so I was arguing our policy should match what we do. If we want to know what's required, let's do that. But I really would have concerns about not continuing to do Healthy Kids annually because we would be missing 50% of our students' responses by switching to biennial. So they've got that to put that back to annually. The AR, further down, the revision has, sorry, the notes are hard to read the way I've got them. Let me click on the right thing. It says, in addition to targeting students who currently use tobacco, the district's program shall target students most at risk for beginning to use tobacco as identified through a local needs assessment. And I was just asking, what local needs assessment? And it's really like, if we need one, we'll do that. So the word targeting seems kind of uncomfortable to me. So I was just suggesting, could we change that to identify? And then instead of shall use a local needs assessment, change it to may, because again, it's if we need it. That was on tobacco. And then extracurricular we're pulling. And then on school sponsored trips, this is pretty minor, but wait, do I have the wrong one? Yeah, school sponsored trips. There's places where it refers to parent guardian, but then in the language, it just refers to parent. And it just seems like we should be consistent. So we can mark those. And then there was one more thing in, let me bump ahead to that actual one. School sponsored trips, it's 6153. I think it's the BP. Sorry, the little notes thing is not the most efficient way to share feedback. Oh, we used to always have the board approve the out-of-state ones. And I never was sure if there was like a legal requirement or not. I'm seeing it's going away. I'm not objecting to it. I just wanted to know what changed.
I believe we had brought that forth to the board and we discussed it and then it was inadvertently not taken out.
Okay.
So this revision, in talking, if I recall from when we discussed this prior, it was not a legal requirement. And the Ed Services team has resumed that role and we've been doing that in each of our meetings as they come up, but it was just not taken out. It was a mistake.
And now that we only meet monthly, it would put that much more hardship on making it sync. So I just wanted to understand.
Yeah, and I remember having that conversation and yeah, and from what I remember, it was, we were doing it before because there had been some issues that came up and then that kind of those, you know, weren't happening anymore and we had all this conversation.
I've dealt with a couple questions over the past few years on school sponsored trips, and I get a variety of responses each time, and maybe I've missed in here where these are addressed, but questions come up, and I think it includes it partially where like a school sponsored trip won't go forward if there's a monetary component where some families can't afford to go, and that's always created a little bit of confusion and frustration over, does the family just not want to go, or can they not afford it? And would that curtail everybody from going? And it's always a discussion, including at certain schools where, hey, all the fourth grade students typically go on this nature hike, but the other teachers don't want to do that one anymore, but one class does. So I don't know if there's, I know I'm opening up a can of worms, but I've gotten this question so many times from teachers and parents, and it's like, wait, and we look at these policies and we go, it's kind of in there, but it also doesn't provide a lot of clarity.
I would say that's where the principal's discretion comes into play. These policies, we really do try and reflect what CSBA has and keep it as closely aligned. I agree with you because a lot of those rise to my level.
Yep.
And so I think at that point, that's where we have a lot of conversation with our school site leaders
Okay.
to talk about the equity in all students being able to participate in a field trip. And the funding source really does apply across all. It's not so much per se per family, but it is if the entire
trip,
field
so-
trip can't be covered, then they do unfortunately have to look at canceling it. But I think what I can do, and I know both executive directors have worked really closely with our principals around just having these conversations with our grade levels and our departments so that we're not encountering that as much as we have in the past.
And that's the best way to handle it is
Yes.
locally versus coming from a district policy. So it doesn't necessarily preclude something strategic or locally effective from happening with these new changes, right? It still keeps that intact where it can be a conversation locally. Okay.
Okay, anything else on those? Then we can move on to board reports. We managed to clear the room.
Nobody cares about
We just talk to each other. We just tell each other, basically.
Yeah.
So first, I want to apologize for the many things that I missed the first part of the month because I was sick. It was kind of a bummer. I was at the BSU symposium this morning, the mental health portion of it, and it was a good program, what I saw. Student Senate yesterday, and got to hear about the committees and their projects and stuff, and spoke with the students that were working on the mental health and the mental health committee portion of it, just to kind of talk to them about how things, unfortunately, we're making some cuts, and thinking about ways that they can kind of bring some of their ideas through all the grade levels, bringing it down into the elementary school, some of these projects that they're working on to help build community and stuff around mental health. Had the SRVUSD San Ramon liaison meeting, and they said that the Bollinger Canyon Bridge should be complete over the summer. I moved here I don't know, has it been 7, 8 years? And one of the selling points was there's going to be a bridge. And just been waiting and waiting and waiting. So anyway, I'm excited for that. And I know a lot of families that live on that El Costa corridor and go from Iron Horse to Cal and that it's going to be a good thing. And then they also, there was also some concern around the electric bike safety. And we had some discussion, if I remember correctly, around the recent safety town hall, and then perhaps doing it twice a year in the spring and the fall, and having one in Danville and one in San Ramon, just to kind of, again, continue to work well with our police to help to support families as the students want. I see crazy stuff. We all see crazy stuff. We had the Servia GSA forum at Doherty Valley High School, and that's always good. And we had a student speak about it, which was nice. And then I had the Cal High site visit. And one of the things that in talking with students, and I'm planning to ask as many students as I can at the high school level about this. We're what, 4 years, 4 or 5 years, 5 years in a couple of weeks, right? 5 years in a couple of weeks since COVID. And so our high school students, our juniors and seniors specifically, they had a strong understanding of what school was like pre-COVID. They have those memories. They were old enough. They were in early middle school, and now they've experienced school post-COVID. And how has that changed? What have they seen as that impact, and how has that maybe changed their mindset around education? And a couple of the students talked about how before COVID, they felt like they had to do everything right, do everything perfect, really reach for that A+. And now it's a little bit more of, the importance of that perfection isn't really so much there. And it's, just doing what they need to do rather than doing everything that they can do. And I think that's telling to me about how they see their mental health, because I think when students are, really pushing to to go above and beyond, that sometimes that has a cost to it, right? And really kind of balancing, our students having a better understanding of balancing, what's education is important, but other things are important too. And so, having a better balance of that. And I think that we also need to think about that mindset as we're looking at things like our assessments and our CASP scores. And we see across the country, there was just a report nationwide how all of this assessment stuff this grade level stuff is a little bit lower than it was pre-COVID. And I think part of that perhaps isn't necessarily about us not teaching effectively, but it's about how students are receiving the education, I guess, if that makes sense. I don't know. Anyway, it's an interesting thing to kind of look into. I think we're at a point right now where we can start to gather that information and that insight into how our students are experiencing education now. So I just wanted to point that out and talk about that. And then we had the Celebrate Innovation in Education lunch with SRV, the Ed Fund, the Alamo Elementary Choir saying we all heard that, and that was wonderful. And thank you to everyone who donated. It's my long report.
Okay, so I was at the BSU in the afternoon today, and it was just so great watching these male role models working with these kids and the playful way they talked with them, and they had these neat prompts and language, and it was just really a rewarding thing. And then they had all of the adults, whether they were administrators or teachers, go up in front and tell about their why. And they dragged me up there too. So it was really nice, and just really nice rapport with the kids. Thank you to the NAACP for partnering with us. I think that is really a unique thing. And it was just really neat as they were talking to our students who make up, maybe 2% of our population, but talking to them about giving back to community. And they were referring to community in Oakland and what might it take for you to want to get involved in Oakland. And it was really neat watching the wheels turn for these kids. The endowment dinner we had the GSA forum, all those things. I think it's really says something to the students at the GSA forum that we are all always there. I'm not sure the student who spoke realized the first times she went that board members were always there, but board members have always been there for decades. And I think it shows in our policies that we are committed to what they need. And as I listened to their heartfelt and honest feedback, a lot of the things that they're concerned about now are operational things that can get fixed at their sites, because I really think we have dealt with a lot of the policy stuff. Sure, there's always room for improvement, but I really hope that concept, and I really appreciated how Bob Allen kind of brought that out and how he facilitated, because that whole, hey, you're talking to the power, I think kind of gets maybe overstated, because individually we don't have power. The highlight of the month for me were my 2 school visits. CJ and I went to Greenbrook on Wednesday, and we got to do the flag salute. We met with teachers before the flag salute, and it was very open and respectful questions, but detailed questions. And then we went out with the kids, and it's everything we saw just exuded community. And I think that community has had challenges in this last year, but you never would have known it from talking to them. They have this beautiful wellness center that they call their Zen room, and we got to go inside it, and we had to get out because someone needed to use it, but it was great. And then Thursday, because of Susanna's situation, I got to go to Del Amigo in her place, and we got to see a little bit of transitions, and we got to see a lot of reach. We got to play chemistry Jeopardy because there was only one student there, and his lesson plan was, to play Jeopardy. So CJ played Jeopardy and I played Jeopardy,
And Rachel was the better participant.
it's amazing how much you remember about the periodic table. But anyway, I felt like we showed that we could be flexible, because we didn't want these students learning for the day to be just duh. So he got to play Jeopardy with us. And then we got to sit down with 4 of their students. And oh my God, talk about the most powerful student panel. These are kids who've been through the most challenging mental health challenges. And they talked about their experiences so maturely and in a way where they didn't feel like they had to put down the comprehensive high school. It was so mature. It just blew me. We had goosebumps. It was awesome. Lunar New Year celebration at Quail Run. CJ, Susanna, and I were at that, and it was just darling. And one more thing, I had CSBA Board of Directors at the very first weekend, and one of the big things we worked on was our equity statement. And it was just really interesting in that space, statewide group, talking about how to revise it, what to include, and it really brought out the regional differences about, what's important to people, but it just underscored how on the right track we are in that whole space. So that's all I have.
Excellent. Over this, since our last board meeting, I've attended the FOAC committee, which I talked about a little bit earlier. I won't go into that. Office hours every month, all the trustees have those. Those are always helpful and beneficial. And sometimes we get into deep topics, and other times they're very local topics we try to help the community navigate through. And I kind of enjoy the big and the small. It gives us a chance to really understand what's happening in our school sites. I think we all went to the Celebration Innovation of Education lunch, and that's always a great experience to see how many people in our community really they're fundraising, they're making sure the funds are spent wisely and correctly. We're getting to see some of the feedback from student panels for different cohorts that we've done, from music programs, from all these amazing things that this group is really adding value to the entire community through Sierra Moon Valley Education Foundation, and then also attended the GSA meeting with everybody as well. So I'll keep it to that.
Okay, I'm gonna run through fast. So this morning I was at the BSU from the time it started until about 11:45. And that was really great. I got to hear Mrs. Davis, who is just a gem. To hear her talk about her story and inspire the kids and all that. And I saw the gentlemen gathering when I was leaving in the back. So now that you said who they were, it made sense because I couldn't figure out who they were when I left. Then I went to Stone Valley to meet the students and the teachers from Finland who are there. And that was really, really interesting. They're interested in keeping like sort of an exchange, sister school relationship where we could share best practices and maybe go to Finland. They were really nice and they seemed very, very impressed with Stone Valley and they haven't been to a lot of our schools, but the couple comments they made were interesting. One of them was, it's in the classrooms we went into, it's so calm. The kids are so focused. I was like, wow. And then they said, you really educate your kids positively, like we do it in a positive way. And I'm thinking, well, what do you do? Beat them with a stick? I mean, I don't know. And she's like, well, we have very high, we expect a lot. And I guess they just go for it. So it's just interesting. I was trying to get out of them what they do, maybe that would benefit us, right? But they had nothing but praise for our kids. They were just acting too good. And then they just thought they didn't have anything to contribute. Anyway, it was really interesting. I was at SLAM at Monte Vista because I love SLAM and I always, any chance I get, I go and listen because I always learn. Grade reform meetings, trying to get that ready to go before the board, and Travis is there too. And it's just the final end of the get ready to get ready. So I hope pretty soon we'll be seeing it. Site visits to Sycamore and Stone Valley, really impressed with both. Stone Valley is just the most amazingly positive, wonderful. The students who don't have any cell phones at all, they pretty much have a full-on ban on cell phones there. And in speaking to the kids, they were very honest and said, we talk to each other more, we're more focused in our studies, and right, and we think that's probably true. And we think it was really an actually good idea. Now, maybe they wouldn't have said that if we asked them at the beginning when they had to give them up, but they thought it was a good idea. We had our last strategic arts planning meeting, and I think there's a lot of good things in place, and Shamanta's doing an amazing job. I was at the Student Senate with Laura yesterday, so we got to hear some of the things they talked about and about the resolutions. And of course, the GSA forum is always a highlight. And I spent 2 days at a grant writing workshop, and I'm determined we're gonna find some money. So I'm gonna get some people, if the board approves it, then we will put together a committee. It will be a superintendent's committee. I already have people that are interested. And I have a ton of information, and if we can organize it and we can get it going, I'm very confident that we're gonna be able to get some money out there, because there is a lot of funding out there that we're not tapping into. So thank you for working with me. You're welcome. I just thought, well, we all got to try to do whatever we can, right? And that's something that we haven't done before.